All right. Good morning. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the Board of Supervisors is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and our Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation today will be led by Senior Pastor Ken Corver from the Emmanuel Reformed Church from the 4th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Enrique Conchas, former E4 Corporal, United States Marine Corps from the 5th District. If you are able, please stand. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning and God's blessings to the supervisors and the leaders and the staff and the public. Let's pray. Lord, we come to you today with gratitude and a need. We thank you that every good gift comes from you, and we acknowledge that. We live and move and have our being because of you, so we are grateful. We pray for the County of Los Angeles today. We ask your hand upon everyone. We all are important to you. We all matter. We ask your guidance. We pray that you would have your way with our supervisors and the staff, and you'd bring guidance to them. Your word says that if we lack wisdom, we should ask you, and you will give wisdom. So we ask for wisdom. We hear of the word that we're to hunger and thirst for righteousness, that we're to be peacemakers. We pray that this could become true. We ask blessing on supervisors, on staff, on residences, on businesses, on churches, on deputies, on migrants, on all of us. We ask your hand, your blessing, your protection. We pray your kingdom would come, your will would be done, that we'd have bread for everyone, that we would forgive as we've been forgiven. We pray, Lord, that you would deliver us from the evil one. We're good in our country at having win-loses. We pray that we become win-win. We'd find a way that we're actually fighting not against each other, but for each other. So would you bring healing, reconciliation? We pray breakthroughs from local level to national level. Would you allow us to move to breakthroughs and looking out for each other and embracing one another? Your word says how blessed it is when brothers and sisters dwell in unity. We're crying out for mercy. So bring wisdom and insight and compassion. Help us, all of us. We pray in your name. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you are a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so honored to have with us today Pastor Ken Corver, who's the senior pastor of Emmanuel Reformed Church in Paramount, here with us today. Thank you so much for being here. Pastor Ken and his family have been pastoring at the church for the last 54 years. Looking at the history, it looks like you followed in your father's footsteps like I did. This October, the Emmanuel Church will be celebrating its 100-year anniversary. The church was established by Dutch immigrants, and today has become a large multi-ethnic church in a largely Latino community. As the Dutch community diminished, Pastor Ken's father, Harold Corver, was called to serve as the church's pastor, where he set out to create a mission outpost to provide a community outreach to all. Over the years, the Emmanuel Church has been a light in the community. They paint homes, they clean communities, and offer food and clothing to those in need. Through their School of the Arts Center ministry, the church also offers free piano, guitar, keyboard, dance, singing, and ballet lessons for the children of Paramount and beyond. Emmanuel Church was at the heart of the Let's Get Paramount Looking Good program that helped Paramount become an all-American city. And in 1992, the church received a Presidential Points of Light Award for making a difference in their community. Thank you, Pastor Ken and Emmanuel Church, for continuing the legacy of being a church that truly focuses on serving the community. And a fun fact that I just learned this morning is that your brother was a high school teacher to my son, Mark, and maybe my son, Danny. I think he taught history at Valley Christian High School. So that's a great small world story. So thank you to your service and your dedication to the residents of Paramount and really all of Los Angeles County. It was a beautiful invocation this morning, and on behalf of the 10 million residents of the County of Los Angeles, we wanted to remember this day by giving you this small token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Please join me in thanking Corporal Enrique Conchas for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Corporal Conchas served in the United States Marine Corps from 2008 to 2012 with Headquarters Battalion as an administrative clerk. During his service, he received the Global War on Terrorism Medal, the Good Conduct Medal, and the National Defense Service Medal. He is a first-generation Mexican-American and is a first in his family to serve in the armed forces and to attend college. To pay it forward to his fellow veterans, Corporal Conchas now serves as a program manager with JVS SoCal's Veteran Peer Access Network in Palmdale. He is passionate about his work and is committed to creating a positive impact for his community. He is proud that he calls the 5th District home for more than 36 years, graduating from Canyon High School and College of the Canyons in Santa Clarita before furthering its education at Bradman University. He lives in Santa Clarita with his husband of 8 years, Isaac, and their Great Dane puppy. Corporal Enrique Conchas, thank you for your service to our nation and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. I'd like to present the Certificate of Appreciation recognizing today on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you. How big is your Great Dane?
90 pounds.
90?
6 months.
And now I would like to introduce you to a ray of sunshine. This is Calcifer, a 1.5-year-old Australian Shepherd and Border Collie mix. Sweetest, sweetest dog. He has a lot of great qualities. He gets along with other large dogs. He's housebroken, and he walks well on a leash, and he is great with kids. This sweet, cuddly, and playful pup would love to find his forever home. To adopt Calcifer, and you can change that name. I don't know where they came up with Calcifer. I don't know. Call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071 to make him yours. I was calling him Lassie upstairs because the Border Collie. But he loves to be scratched behind the ears and his tongue hangs out. He's just a very, very sweet dog. So if you're looking for a forever pet, this is an incredible, incredible friend. And then I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is Signal, a 4-month-old German Shepherd mix. He was found in Palmdale and would like to find his way into your life next. If this is your signal to adopt a new dog, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Calcifer. See, he doesn't know his name, so you can change it. And then as a reminder, we still have a Big Dog Days of Summer promotion going on. Adoption fees are being waived through June 28th for dogs who are 35 pounds and bigger. A big dog means bigger snuggles and bigger adventures. Head to an animal care animal care center in your area, or go on animalcare.lacounty.gov to find your new pet. So that is Calcifer. If you have any friends that are looking, or even if you want to foster, we're always looking for people that want to open up their home and help us foster, because as you've heard, a lot of our animal care centers are full, and it's important for us to really provide a safe environment and have a no-kill. So with that, this is Calcifer. All right. Thank you. All right, we'll go on with the agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, item 1 through 11. On item 1, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 6, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 9, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to July 1st, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Horvath would like to revise her motion to add Supervisor Solis as a co-author. On page 9, Administrative Matters, items 12 to 53. On item 22, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On items 25, 26, and 31, Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Jim Mangia on item 25, on item 26 from Michael Weinstein, and on item 31 from Southwest Strategies Group, LLC, who are parties, participants, or agents of a party or participant in these proceedings. On item 47, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. This item will be taken up with item 51A. On page 35, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 51A, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. This item will be taken up with item 47. On item 51C, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On page 36, Special District Agendas. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D through 3D. Item 1D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multifamily housing revenue notes by the Los Angeles County Development Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $52,259,283 to finance the construction of the Vermont-Manchester Family Project located in the city of Los Angeles, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multifamily housing revenue notes by LACTA in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $32,599,354 to finance the site acquisition, construction, and development of the Vermont-Manchester Senior Project located in the city of Los Angeles. On page 38, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District, item 1P. On page 39, notice of closed session, items CS1 through CS9. The request for continuance through CS9 is before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath has some special guests in the audience that she would like to introduce. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to give a special shout out to the Social Justice Alliance Group visiting us from Ripon High School, from Ripon, Wisconsin. If you would please stand. You're visiting us this week. We thank you for coming to visit at a time such as this. I know you visited the One Archives. You're visiting the June Mazer Archives as well and seeing a lot of what Los Angeles is all about. We thank you for choosing to come to LA County this morning and for all the work that you are currently doing in Wisconsin and what you will do in your future careers. Thank you so much for visiting with us today.
Yay, welcome. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. So today's meeting order will be closed session matters followed by public comment on items not held for discussion. Items 47 and 51A, which will be held together, 51C, 6, and 22, followed by general public comment. We will now proceed with the public comment on closed session items. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To join remotely, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. If you muted your speaker, please remember to unmute when you are called. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Okay, would you please call those members of the public that wish to speak?
This will be for closed session items only. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on the closed session items, including CS1 through CS9. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items.
Wilrosa Anderson, Clara Kim, Kelly Bertato, Maria Cibrian, Mary Grace Barrios, and Leilani Reed, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And you could read my material at Eric Previn's notebook. You could look up City Watch, especially for the Social Justice Alliance from Wisconsin. I think you'll find it interesting, kind of a notebook. But anyway, I'm not a big fan of a unidentified, in terms of length, closed session while everybody is deflavorized and melts in the hot of day, without even a estimate of how long it's going to take. And it looks like you're kind of taking the day and spending it behind doors, hoping that you wear down the public so that we won't be able to make our comments. And we have a lot of comments. This is a real agenda. There's a $23 million loan to LA Ricks, which is like the Motorola group. And there's a lot of important LGBTQ youth protections, and obviously Horvath will recuse on some of that. We should talk about why. And I think, there's big stuff on the agenda where the LA is under
Thank you. Next speaker.
pressure.
One moment, please.
Next speaker, please. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 클라라 킴입니다. 저는 SI 201호 소속 간병인입니다. 재택 간병인은 카운티의 필수적인 프로그램입니다. LA에서 지속 가능한 간병인의 미래를 구축하는 데 간병인 제공자들에게 투자를 하는 것이 필요합니다. 저는 일상 필수품을 구하는 데 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 식료품값, 기름값, 하다못해 가장 중요한 렌트비까지 걱정을 하고 있습니다. 우리는 이렇게 살아갈 수 없습니다. 뭔가가 바뀌어야 합니다. 우리는 LA 카운티에서 가장 큰 저임금을 받는 노동자들입니다. 여러분들은 그것을 바꿀 수 있는 권한이 있습니다. 우리에게 투자해 주십시오. 그래서 양질의 간병을 하고 양질의 임금을 받도록 해 주십시오.
Good morning. Her name is Clara Kim. She's a member of SEIU 2015, a home care provider. Home care is an essential program for the county. The only way to build a sustainable future for Los Angeles is by investing in us, home care workers, the county's caregivers. She struggles to gain access to daily essentials. She cannot keep worrying about groceries, gas, and most importantly, rent. We shouldn't have to live like this. Something needs to change, and it needs to change now. We are LA County's largest workforce. You have the power to change that. Invest in us. Invest in us. quality wages for quality home care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Home care provider with SEIU Local 2015. The care industry is in crisis and has been for years now. Fixing that crisis means investing in us, not punishing us for others' misdeeds. Investing in home care is an investment in LA County. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. We need a contract now, not just for ourselves, but also for our consumers, so we can provide the best possible care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenos días, señora supervisora. Mi nombre es María Cibrián. Yo vivo en el Valle de San Fernando, del Distrito 3 de la supervisora Lindsay Horvath. Soy proveedora de cuidado en el hogar de SEIU 2015. Estoy aquí con una petición clara.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Maria Cibrian, and I live in San Fernando Valley. I'm from District 3, Mrs. Lindsay Horvath. I am here with a SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I'm here today for a clear ask.
Inviertan en el cuidado en el hogar. Deberían invertirse en los proveedores de cuidado en el hogar, que les proveemos cuidado a los habitantes más vulnerables del condado de Los Ángeles.
So I'm here to ask to invest in home care and caregivers should be getting invested in. We provide care to the most vulnerable residents of LA County.
Un excelente primer paso para invertir en nosotros sería que nos consiguieran un contrato que nos ofrezca salarios fuertes y acceso a capacitación.
So one great step to take would be to invest in us, to give us a contract that features strong wages and access to training.
Somos la fuerza de trabajo más grande con salarios mucho más bajos del condado de Los Ángeles. Ustedes tienen el poder de cambiar eso. Hagan lo correcto. Salarios de calidad para cuidado en el hogar de calidad. Gracias.
We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that, to do the right thing, to provide quality wages for quality home care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Leilani Reed. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. We are the largest low-wage workforce in the county. We already have so much on our plates. The last thing we need is to be dealing with financial issues that shouldn't be touching us in the first place. That is not justice. It is not right. And it places a burden on our shoulders that shouldn't be our problem. Moreover, too many of us already live in or near poverty. We take care of people. We, in turn, should be taken care of in terms of having adequate pay and access to training. Investing in home care means getting a contract. A contract for us would benefit everyone in Los Angeles County. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Invest in the future of care. LA needs quality wages for quality home care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Catherine Barger, my supervisor, Lindsay P. Horvath, my former supervisor, Holly J. Mitchell, my former elected official, Hilda Solis, and of course, my favorite supervisor, Janice Hahn. You're all my favorite. My name is Mary Grace Barrios. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. Today, I want to ask that the county invest in home care. Home care is an essential program for the county. As an essential worker, I struggle to gain access to daily essentials. We shouldn't have to live in constant stress, just trying to make ends meet. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Do the right thing. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat. Muchas gracias. And kamsahamnida.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on the closed session matters. And we are now moving to all non-held items, items that were not held by the board. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items with the exception of items 6, 22, 47, and 51A and 51C. These items will be taken up later for discussion. Will Raymond Rios, B. Curiel, Thomas Herrera, and Daniel Garcia please come forward, and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Roy Humphrey, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. I got blocked on the closed session thing. I just concur with Eric Previn. And on item 20, the microfilms, this should have been put, and all that system should have been put on computers so you don't have anything to do with that. I mean, that's archaic. On 32, the graffiti tracker is an essential element for effective graffiti resolution, as Ted Ebenkamp and I proved under Don Kanabe. And your attempt at a comedy on the tariff rule, yeah, that's kind of like a Trump situation. And on the report 47 on the probation department, one that the current leadership should be terminated, but and I understand you have terrible time getting anybody to take that position. And also on 51C, the workforce and economic impact, you guys created this monster. Of course, you had back in the day you had Republicans in on it too, but you deserve what you get, but we don't. We've had pathetic leadership in this committee. Of course, it's a national issue also. Should be ashamed of yourself. And A, for decision considering actions relating to the homeless crisis, that's never ending. And you still fail to establish the transient campsites, et cetera, on that. And discussion concerning actions using federal government and the immigration situation. Again, you created the monster deal, but now we're all suffering because there's something in science, and it's called endpoint, and we've reached it, and now we will all, and the County and you all who subscribe to this condition are slavers by definition. You should be ashamed of yourself, but that's life in the human condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Katjas Nelson, your line is open. You may begin.
Katja Nelson with APLA Health. Just wanted to make a brief comment today regarding sort of the prevention care landscape with HIV. I know there's a couple items on the agenda today about delegated authority around Ryan White contracts. So we're in a similar position with care as we are with HIV prevention, where we've only gotten a partial notice of award for care, and we don't know if we're going to end up getting all of our funding, and that could severely impact contracts and the ability of organizations to deliver services. So just as the health department needs to make those changes, we just want to make sure that cuts are sort of equitable and making sure that we still are able to guarantee quality, comprehensive services to folks across county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thanks. I'm a teeny bit confused. I thought you were going to go into closed session, so now I'm scampering around, but I'm happy to comment. The cool food idea is an interesting one, of course, and I'll speak on the full-time allotted, thank you, is, let's try to provide healthy stuff, but let's not hobble with requirements and bureaucracy if we possibly can. Now, let's keep the food tasty while we're doing it. But I am a big supporter in vegan eating, even though I do like a good steak as well. So just for the record, and as you get, more seasoned, you realize that it's nice to eat things that are healthy. So I have never been a big fan of the monopoly by Motorola. So I just want you to look at that LA Ricks item. I know you're loaning. I mean, this is just a fiasco. But I realize that this is the space where we had, fire truck bulldozers removing taxi. I mean, we did not do a great job at. We lucked out, candidly, that nobody was lucked out.
Thank you.
Fiasco. But, the fact that...
Thank you.
Hang on. That's it?
As a final reminder for participants on the telephone and in person, this is public comment on items not held by the board, which will be public comment on all items with the exception of items 6, 22, 47, 51A, and 51C. Those will be taken up later for discussion. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Emmanuel Mataros, your line is open. You may begin.
Emmanuel, please begin.
Emmanuel,
Can we take the
Hi
next
there.
caller? Go ahead.
Oh, hi there. Thank you. I wanted to talk on item 21. I couldn't hear it being talked about being discussed later on, but just a pretty big appreciation for investing in the east side of LA via the General Hospital. That should be something that's going to open up a lot of other new local jobs, special homes as well for the community, especially hopefully, with Prime Store listening to the community, it can be something that can really be beneficial to everybody. Thank you, SD1 and all the supervisors for investing in the east side of LA.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Heidi Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Heidi, please begin. Can we take the next caller, please?
Cynthia Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello? Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Cynthia Gonzalez. I work in Boyle Heights and have been an organizer in the East Side for almost 10 years. I'd like to just express my support for the General Hospital and the West Campus Stabilization Project. I really appreciate the board's commitment to this project scope and its importance regionally and the surrounding community. Like my partners are saying, this has been a very important thing to happen in the East Side. The community needs acutely low-income housing and local workforce and training opportunities. So I just want to really thank the county's commitment to investing in the seismic improvements of the campus now, and we just want to continue to ensure that the county continues to support this project. As I said before, this is really important for the East Side. This will look like a lot more housing, a lot more jobs, and it's super important and vital as we are in a very in a moment where we need to invest in our communities more than ever.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Pamela Augustin, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, good morning, supervisors. Pamela Agustin calling on behalf of the Eastside Leads Coalition and as a member of the Health Innovation Community Partnership. I'm calling in strong support of item 21. As previous callers have shared, we, myself included, believe that this is important investment that the county will be making in the East Side, but also investment that will impact the region. My coalition, Eastside Leads, submitted a letter yesterday also expressing our strong support and commending District 1 and the Developer Centennial Partner for their ongoing collaboration with the community. And we look forward to the next phase of this project where we can discuss strong community benefits for the East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Renisha Hubert, your line is open. You may begin.
I have a potential, I'm trying to see what is going on and why you guys haven't paid out my damn tort claim, because I'm tired of you guys. I'm tired of being handed over like a hot potato, and my daughter was raped twice. You guys can't cover that up. So let's get the cut in the check, because I'm tired of talking to y'all DCFS people. They're annoying. They're trying to cover up their butts. And the structure you guys are trying to build, it's all great, but Y'all have homeless people downtown Skid Row. Every time y'all come home from work. Every time y'all go to work. Let's get all these people up off the street. There's too many homeless people. Y'all worried about the immigrants? Let's worry about the citizens, because I'm a tax-paying citizen. And y'all been taking taxes out of my money. And I don't want to pay for this. I am being violated for 11 years. Let's not worry about the immigrants. Let's worry about the citizens, please.
Thank
Wake
you.
up.
Next speaker.
Pay attention.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Andrea Marchetti, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. Dear Supervisor, my name is Andrea Marchetti. I'm the Executive Director at Jóvenes Inc. On behalf of my organization, I'm writing to express my strong support for the allocation of $120 million in county funding to move forward with the critical stabilization work at the General Hospital and West Campus. Through recent site assessment efforts, it has become clear that the campus faces seismic vulnerabilities, environmental hazards, aging utilities, and accessibility issues, which should be addressed now to promote safety and protect the integrity of the campus. While the county continues to explore a broader vision for the site, this work cannot really wait. Jóvenes is a leading housing agency serving transitional age youth and students experiencing homelessness throughout LA County, with specific focus on East LA. As a leading housing provider in the area, we know how much this campus means to our community. Jóvenes has partnered with the experienced the vital role the Wellness Center and the General Hospital play in serving the overall community.
Thank you.
And
Next
the
speaker.
particularly vulnerable population that we represent.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is B. Curiel, and I serve as the Manager of Policy and Training at the Trans Latino Coalition. Our immigrant trans Latinx community is going through it. I thank you for all your support so far, and I'm here to say that we need more reinforcements now more than ever. I want to take time to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis for the motion to support the Department of Public Health, and Supervisor Horvath as well. The county's decision to preemptively terminate nearly all HIV prevention contracts will obliterate our public health infrastructure to prevent the implementation of HIV transmissions, many of which disproportionately affect our TGI Latina community. Early transmission of these contracts will result in job losses for dozens of frontline staff across multiple agencies, many of which are TGI serving, and TGI staff small, trusted organizations. I ask for you to do something about preserving that infrastructure and jobs and care and access that we have that's sometimes easier to access through public health than through actual private.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Raymond Rios. I'm a 65-year resident from Boyle Heights and Hillside Village in El Sereno. I work on the advisory boards for many of our local childhood parks, including Hazard, Lincoln, and Ascot Hills Nature Park. I was born at the county hospital in 1959, and my family has lived in and around the Boyle area of Boyle Heights before the county hospital was built in 1933. I am here this morning to respectfully urge this board to support the allocation of $120 million in county funding for critical building stabilization and improvements efforts in our Old County General and West Campus. Yes, it is definitely a lot of money, but when compared to how much money goes into other forms of addressing mental health, homelessness, and housing, it is well worth the investment. I thank you for your time and pray for a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Tomas Herrera, and I serve as the HIV Division Manager at the Las Morias in Boyle Heights in downtown LA.
Can you pull the mic up closer, please?
I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 9, which was pulled from today's agenda. As the most populated county in the United States, LA County cannot afford to fall behind in the public health response. The entire nation watches how we lead, and without adequate funding, we risk failing our most vulnerable, and that failure will not go unnoticed. At the Las Morias, we serve clients throughout LA County as far north, south, east, and west. These services are not optional, they are essential and vital to our public health infrastructure. In my role, we've seen a disturbing rise of HIV cases amongst Latino populations and the LGBT community as well. If this $5 million in emergency funding is not approved, the consequences will be devastating. Public health is public safety. Please continue to protect these services, our communities, and the future of public health in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Daniel Garcia, and I'm here to speak in the General Board. And I want to say that these, the home workers are the freedom of our community, of my community, and the saving of our money, taxpayer money. This is important to knowledge that people with disability need to have home care, and we need it. Without home care, we nursing care, and we want to avoid nursing care at all costs. And I want to thank SAU to very much for our home care services, and thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jennifer and I live in Boyle Heights. As a resident in Boyle Heights, I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. I appreciate you for funding this project that is creating a great opportunity for our community to stay where it's at by creating affordable housing and investing in local businesses. Recently, the community has seen a lot of apartment complexes being built with the intention of being affordable housing, but they aren't accessible to the community, only to outsiders. I just want to uplift how important it is to have low-income housing available in our community, especially since most folks are struggling to pay rent or are being displaced or have to live in tight living situations just to have a roof over their heads. This project is essential for the safety of our community, so thank you very much for your support and investment in Boyle Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is David and I work in Boyle Heights, here to speak on item 21. As an organizer, I'm here to share support for the stabilization phase of General Hospital. Through my experience as an organizer in Boyle Heights, I interact with community members on a daily basis who are tenants. I recently spoke to folks who are sleeping in their car, but are hardworking individuals who cannot find affordable housing in Boyle Heights. To try to support them, I called 13 offices in the area who are in support of getting folks emergency shelter. Of these 13 offices, 0 answered my call. We need more accessible housing for community. It's not that folks are not hardworking, it's that the rent is too damn high. Please continue to support projects like the General Hospital for community and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Wendy and I'm here to speak on item 21. My name is Wendy Silva and I work in Boyle Heights. As an organizer in the area, I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. By advancing in this stabilization, the county is making possible to create local jobs, support small businesses and service organizations with affordable space, and meet urgent community needs for healthy and affordable housing. This investment in this project is not just about infrastructure, it's a commitment to equity, resilience, and inclusive development, by prioritizing this effort and working collaboratively with the people who bring this vision to life. Prioritizing the needs of the community, especially when it comes to affordable housing, is essential. When people know that they have a safe and affordable place to live, they can move forward in their lives without the constant worry if they'll make it for rent. It's a foundation for stability, health, and opportunity. Thank you very much for your support and investment in our people.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jane and I'm speaking on item 21. I worked in the area of Boyle Heights, and as an organizer in the area, I wanted to express my support to General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. Studies and investigations of the campus were conducted, which have identified and reaffirmed several seismic and stabilizing issues that must be addressed to this project to become a reality. We don't only want to preserve and improve the historical General Hospital, but to do it in a manner that will create local jobs, provide affordable units and local businesses and service organizations, and also meet the needs for healthy and affordable housing in the community. I appreciate the county's commitment to invest in the seismic improvements of the campus, and it's a great step for future outlook to collectively support the effort and chance to make it happen. This project is a great opportunity to support the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Castaneda, and I am here to speak on behalf of item 21. I work in Boyle Heights, and as an organizer, I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. Allocating the funds for the development and reconstruction of the General Hospital is crucial for community members, as it will provide East Side folks with affordable and habitable housing. I strongly support the county's commitment to invest in the improvement of the campus, now to not only improve the historic General Hospital, but to also consider the job opportunities this redevelopment would provide and create for local businesses and service organizations. I appreciate the county's priority and commitment to acknowledge the community's needs by allocating $120 million to the General Hospital renovation. Thank you for your support and investment in East Los Angeles.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm here to speak on item 21. Hi again, my name is Eliza. I am a community member of Boyle Heights, and I am here today to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. As an organizer here, I am consistently met with questions to help find affordable housing. This project will not only meet the community needs for acutely low affordable housing, but the seismic improvements will also ensure the preservation of the historic General Hospital and, most importantly, the safety of those in it. Everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to call home, so thank you to the board for your commitment and investment in East LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Chloe, and I live and work in Boyle Heights. As a resident and organizer in Boyle Heights, I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project and thank the board for uplifting this issue. Centennial Partners have conducted studies and investigations which have identified several infrastructure issues that must be addressed, revitalized, and strengthened for the buildings to be even just up to code. We are asking you all to advocate for the funding to go towards revitalization to ensure these historic buildings are honored and properly preserved, and to commit to ensuring this project provides stable and affordable housing, local job opportunities, and a safe community space to meet the needs of our local communities. Thank you very much for your support and investment in East LA.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Erica Jimenez. I'm speaking on item 21. I also live and work in Boyle Heights, and I'm here today because I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. I appreciate the board's commitment to this project scope and its importance regionally and to the surrounding community. This expansion will greatly benefit the community because of the health and wellness services it will bring, specifically in mental health. It will also bring affordable housing that will be built for the community. We want to say thank you and your support and bringing this $120 million allocation. So I hope you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Daniela Solano, and I am a Boyle Heights resident, born and raised. Today, I want to express my support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. I believe ensuring safety in our often overlooked East Side communities should be a top priority, and investing in this project would be doing so. The Centennial Development Project should provide units for our communities that are not only affordable, but just as importantly, reflective of the just, dignified quality of life that our communities are owed and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm here to speak about 30, right? Graffiti removal. So right now we have programs out there, and there has been unrest in the city. Some of you are familiar with my face. So we're just changing that around. We have, groups like Peaceful Protests. And so we're trying to help the city out to calm it down after everything that's happened. But as well, I would like to segue into affordable housing. There does need to be affordable housing. So this is really good what you guys are doing. So I commend you on that. But then I also want to highlight what the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD did with the protesters, and that should never happen again. And I hope that the board would hold them accountable, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good morning. My name is Megan, and I live and work in Boyle Heights. I am here to show support for the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. I know this has been in development for many years, but with the housing crisis continuing to grow, our community members deserve to live in spaces that are up to code and affordable, and I appreciate your continued support in moving forward with this project. Being able to create local jobs and provide affordable units for local businesses and service organizations will bring joy to our community, but we must follow through with this agreement and not allow it to become another empty promise where the building is not affordable to folks already living and working in the community. Please do not continue the cycle of letting our community down and allowing the growth of distrust with those in power continue to increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Paola Estrada and I work in Boyle Heights. As an organizer in Boyle Heights, I want to speak on item 21 to express my support to the General Hospital and West Campus Stabilization Project. From my own experience and from talking to community members, I know a lot of us are struggling with our living situations. Affordable units are hard to come by in such a competitive market. I have met so many people who have lived here for decades and are being pushed out in favor of newer residents who are willing to pay more. People who work multiple jobs even into their old age just to get by. I appreciate the county's commitment to invest in the seismic improvements to preserve but also improve the historic General Hospital building, especially in a way that will bring new jobs, provide affordable units, and above all, meet the needs for healthy and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Benavides, and I'll be giving public comment on item 21. I currently work and organize in Boyle Heights. My family still lives in Boyle Heights, just a few blocks away from where the General Hospital and West Campus Civilization Project will be. I'm here today to support this project, and I appreciate the board for committing to this project scope because it's going to have a big impact regionally and to our direct community. I have been a part of the Health Initiative Community Partnership since it started back in 2017. I was a young leader who attended these meetings regularly, and in these meetings, I will uplift crucial community needs that we want this project to include, such as having actual low-income housing, local workforce and training opportunities for young adults and residents, small business support, and variety of health and wellness services. I grew up in Boyle Heights for almost my whole life, but when I was able to move out of my parents' place, I struggled to find affordable housing in my own community because of the high gentrification happening in our area and because the unobtainable rent increases.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Andrew Salimian speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Conservancy. We too are here in support of item 21, the General Hospital Stabilization. We've been working very closely with Centennial Partners. I do want to uplift the voice of the Boyle Heights organizers. It's great to see them here. Boyle Heights is experiencing gentrification, whether we like it or not, and adding housing on this site that has sat vacant for a couple decades plus at this point will help alleviate that. We support the addition of the affordable housing on there and market rate. We need housing at all income levels. This $120 million is a big sum of money, but it'll allow a very big project. It's probably one of the largest adaptive reuse projects in the country in the history of the United States in adaptive reuse. It's the most sustainable form of development. It will help uplift the community in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair and members of the board, the following items are before you. Items 1 through 5, 7 and 8, 10, 11 as revised, 12 through 21, 23 and 24, 25 and 26, and with Supervisor Horvath recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 27 through 30, 31 with Supervisor Horvath recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 32 through 46, 48 through 50, 51B, 1D through 3D, 1P. These items are before you.
I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, will you please read us into closed session?
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Horvath has a video presentation recognizing the Hollywood Park and Ride service from Sylmar San Fernando to the Hollywood Bowl, and a video recognizing Charlotte Natalie White, 3rd grade, 3rd district winner of the Can the Trash Clean Beaches poster contest. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, item number CS5 through CS6, conferences with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, item number CS7 through CS8, public employee performance evaluations, and item number CS9, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
We are very proud to be launching a critical service right here in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. For the first time ever, LA Philharmonic's Park and Ride service is coming to the Northeast San Fernando Valley to make sure all of our communities get connected to the arts and culture destinations we want you to be able to visit in Los Angeles County.
Hi everyone, I'm Los Angeles County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and I am so proud to represent the 3rd District, home to many incredible young leaders, including one I have the honor of celebrating with right now. Please join me in recognizing Charlotte Natalie White, our 3rd grade winner for the 3rd District in this year's Can the Trash Clean Beaches poster contest, hosted by LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors. Charlotte, your artwork didn't just brighten up our beaches, it sent a powerful message to all of us that protecting our environment begins with everyday action. Through your art, you inspire so many people to be better stewards of our planet, to think twice before polluting, and to remember how every choice we make impacts the world around us. But what makes this recognition even more special is the incredible heart and courage behind your work. Charlotte is not only an environmental champion, she is a real-life example of what it means to lead with compassion and with purpose. She and her family have faced hardship and adversity, but she's never stopped showing up for others and our planet. Charlotte, we see you, we celebrate you, and we are so lucky to have you in our community. Thank you for reminding us what leadership truly looks like. Keep shining, keep changing the world, and please keep sharing your art with all of us. I really appreciate you. And this is for you from Los Angeles County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back in open session. We will announce, the executive officer will announce report of action once he puts the language together. I am going to release my hold on the probation item. Yeah, no, but, and I'm decoupling the Pine Grove. So Pine Grove will still be held, but the probation matter, I am releasing my hold. And I'm going to let the executive officer gather his thoughts and report out the action from closed session.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on June 17, 2025. Item number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel. Regarding existing litigation, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS6, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. On issue 1, no reportable action was taken. On issue 2, on case 1, the board authorized county counsel to initiate litigation. The defendants and the other particulars will, once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. The vote of the board was unanimous, with all supervisors being present. On CS6, issue number three, the board authorized county counsel to initiate litigation. The defendants and the other particulars will, once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. The vote of the board was unanimous, with all supervisors being present. On item number CS7 through CS8, public employee performance evaluation, no reportable action was taken. And item number CS9, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport and designated staff, no reportable action was taken.
I was just confused. I thought I heard unanimous vote, and I didn't feel like we.
It was a common consent, so there was no objection to the actions.
Okay, executive officer, what item, knowing that I've released my hold on probation, what is the next item that will be discussed?
So we're going to do 51A.
All right,
51A, yeah.
51A.
The first items are 51A, it's sending a 5-signature letter to oppose the proposed change to the intake policy at the Pine Grove Youth Conservation Camp, which will on the Pine Grove Conservation Camp. Representatives from the probation department and other departments are present for, no?
No, we don't need presentations.
My apologies,
Do
yes.
not need a presentation. Supervisor Hahn?
Did you just call on me?
I did.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this item, 51A, is I'm asking if we could send a 5-signature letter to oppose a proposed change to the intake policy at the Pine Grove Youth Conservation Camp. And for those who don't know, who might be listening, Pine Grove is a fire camp that's run by our California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and it's for young men between the ages of 18 and 25 who have been convicted of a felony as a juvenile. Young men who participate in this program get trained by CAL FIRE in wildland firefighting and participate in fire suppression activities across our state. Most recently, some of the young people from Pine Grove came down to LA to help fight the Eaton and Palisades fires. The Pine Grove program provides a unique opportunity for incarcerated young men to participate in a rehabilitation program that teaches them structure, work ethic, and gives them job training that can lead to future stable employment as a wildland firefighter in California. There are a lot of people who recognize the value of Pine Grove Fire Camp. During the January fires, our own DA, Nathan Hochman, met with a group of the young men from Pine Grove who were fighting the fires. And he spoke publicly about how impressed he was with them and the rehabilitation achieved through this program. When Judge Espinoza just approved the probation department's depopulation plan for Los Padrinos on May 16th, he ordered probation to identify youth at Los Padrinos who could be screened for direct placement at Pine Grove. And when I go into Los Padrinos to speak with the young men, many of them talk to me about wanting to go to Pine Grove and become firefighters. And while Pine Grove may not be the right choice for everyone, it's clearly an important and valuable option. That's why I'm worried about the proposed policy change that could drastically reduce the number of youth from our county who can participate in the program. The CDCR is, according to information that I have, is planning to change the policy beginning on July 1st to prohibit anyone who has a history of childhood asthma from participating in Pine Grove. Right now, the policy prohibits youth with active asthma from participating. And I know this because lawyers who are trying to get their clients into Pine Grove are being told about this policy change. And our own probation SYTF management was told by CDCR about this policy change. So that's why we have this information. And I just wanted to really lean into why this affects our young people in LA County who find themselves in our system. You know, many cities in LA County have a history of environmental injustice, pollution that has increased the prevalence of childhood asthma. In particular, our communities along the 110, the 710, near our ports, near refineries, near drilling, have a higher incidence of childhood asthma. And specifically, Black children in LA are almost twice as likely to have childhood asthma as their peers. I'm worried about the impact that this will have on youth from LA County and their ability to participate in the only firefighting rehabilitative program in the state of California. And I think what really was important for me was to hear from our own fire chief in our own LA County Fire Department. They do not have a policy banning people with childhood asthma from joining our department and becoming an active firefighter. So I don't believe that Pine Grove should either. And so if you agree, this motion will then send this 5-signature letter to our California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, asking them not to change their admissions policy to ban youth with a history of childhood asthma from participating in Pine Grove, because that will really be banning most of our young people who find themselves incarcerated in our juvenile justice system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by addressing this motion that my colleague so brilliantly brought forward today. I believe this is a very important issue, especially as we seek alternate pathways for our justice-involved youth. Pine Grove does have a long history of rehabilitation over punishment and second chances over incarceration, which is completely in line with LA County's Youth Justice Reimagined framework. Youth that go to Pine Grove can gain incredibly important skills in wildland firefighting, a career path we know is both in high demand and is deeply respected. And these aren't just temporary jobs for youth in the justice system, they're full career pathways to community service, to good paying jobs, opening doors to forestry and to the fire service. As our probation department continues to undergo challenges and as it implements its depopulation plan, keeping Pine Grove available as an alternative and also as a tremendous opportunity for these young people to build a positive and better life for themselves, their families, and our communities, we cannot understate that. The Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's proposed new policy to limit the involvement of youth who suffered from childhood asthma is deeply concerning to me, especially given that the youth in our custody are already more likely to suffer from asthma due to environmental racism, pollution, and other factors that inequitably affect our justice-involved youth. As this motion states, the new proposed policy goes further than our own county's fire department policy as it relates to childhood asthma. And while I want to be appropriately deferential to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's needs and policy determination, I also want to encourage them to limit access to Pine Grove only where it is medically necessary. I'm concerned that this may go beyond that. So if we want to continue to give our youth opportunities, we can't hold them back due to childhood conditions. I urge my colleagues to support this motion, to send a 5-signature letter opposing any drastic steps to limit youth participation at Pine Grove. And I also call on our Chief of Probation to help our probation staff understand and be encouraged to suggest Pine Grove as an alternative, because we do know that our probation staff have a role to play in making sure this is actualized as an option for our young people. And so we need to continue to make sure that our staff, when given the opportunity, are promoting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing this motion to us and your leadership on the issue. I strongly support the motion to oppose the state's proposed change to Pine Grove's intake policy. Pine Grove represents one of the few remaining programs that offers justice-involved youth a meaningful opportunity to gain workforce skills, rebuild their lives, and contribute to their communities and neighborhoods in a very powerful way. Prohibiting participation based solely on a history of childhood asthma, regardless of whether it is currently active, is too broad and deeply inequitable. The change will impact access to critical rehabilitation programs for many of our young people in Los Angeles County. And as you said, the majority of these individuals happen to come from Black and Latino communities, as we well know. And we know that they're the ones that are mostly impacted by high rates of asthma, given as you described, and I know that many of our folks live in areas that are what we call EJ communities, where Exide, power plants, refineries, landfills prevail. And it's unfortunate, but that's the situation. We should not disproportionately impact those that are already affected by where they live, and they shouldn't be prohibited just because of their zip code, because they want to do this service. And I know that this is something that you and many of us on the board feel very strongly about. And it isn't just about the African American and Latinos, it's also about the young women. We have many young women that want to enter into this field as well. They should equally be given every opportunity to do that. So I strongly support this and know that if our own fire department doesn't prohibit people with childhood asthma from participating as a firefighter, then why in the world would we do this? So I strongly support the 5-signature letter and support the item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for really being a champion for this issue. I'm sitting here trying not to get angry as I think about a big loss we took in AQMD last week, where there was a motion brought forward on behalf of environmental justice communities. Would have been the most consequential action in AQMD's history to reduce NOx, and we lost it. And it was fascinating to sit through hours of public testimony, because I heard it in committee and in the full board, where people, you know, kind of discredited the concerns around people who suffer from asthma. And asthma is not an equal opportunity offender. It just is not. And as the parent of a young son, Black son with asthma, who often reminds me of the professional limitations that are imposed on him because of his asthma, certain military service. The list is longer than I would have anticipated. So I really appreciate us really trying to move this forward to not further create barriers to success for the young people in our care. I think particularly when folks may have been diagnosed as children with asthma, and may be among the few lucky who outgrow it. And so to have a blanket policy that if you ever had asthma, it's just problematic. So I support the motion very much, and we'll be happy to sign the 5-signature letter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I, too, support this motion. And I actually wanted to highlight the fact that we're looking to decrease barriers, but within our own department, we're putting up barriers. I'm told that employees are telling our youth that it's too difficult, you don't want to do it. And I'm thinking to myself, we should be encouraging our youth to take a step toward really an opportunity to build a career around something that is a good paying job. Hard work, no doubt, but a good paying job. And we've fought long and hard
to reduce the barriers that keep them from being able to go into employment. And so my frustration is that we should be doing the opposite, which is what you're doing with this motion, is making sure they don't put up more barriers. But I would also ask our department to do the same, because I've talked to some of the nonprofits that go into into Barry and Eidorf, and many of the kids want to get into Pine Grove, but are dissuaded, or the information is never brought forward. So I was just going to take this opportunity to thank you for this motion, but also to really challenge our department to begin to refer more. I think at one point we had no referrals at Pine Grove. And that's just not right. I can't believe in a county this large that we don't have youth that would love to, at the very least, experience it. So I will be supporting this motion. Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to testify on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Daphne Bradford and Lawrence Lavin. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
All right. Do we have members on the phone? I see a Rosalind Pavia.
We'll go to in-person speakers right now. Please begin.
My name's Larry Lavin from Encino, and I hear the objection is certain.
Can we get your microphone on? I'm sorry. Or speak into it? Okay.
My name is Larry Lavin, and I'm from Encino. You're talking about children with allergies. Well, yeah, it's too bad that they can't go in there and cut down and fight these forest fires, but you know something? Besides fighting the forest fires, we need children to go in there maybe and cut down the bottom branches of the trees that cause the forest fires. These children with allergies, instead of fighting the fires, could stop them from starting in the first place by cutting down the bottom branches of trees so that the fire can't reach higher up. I think there's something to that, but if they have allergies, that's what they could do. Instead of fighting the fires, they could stop the fires from starting in the first place. The children with allergies, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, we'll go to the telephone. Executive Officer.
We'll go to the moderator, AT&T moderator.
Pavia. I'm with Who's for Justice, and I support this motion. I personally served 6 years incarcerated as a juvenile, direct filed, and I actually was at Pine Grove Fire Camp, and I was also diagnosed with asthma, and I was prevented from going to fire camp, and I self-undiagnosed myself so that I would be eligible to go there. I think that youth deserve to go to Pine Grove Fire Camp for various reasons. One, it turns them into great young men. They fight fires, they protect people, and it gives them opportunity to what's it called, be of service. I think that is not okay that youth juveniles aren't able to go to fire camp due to asthma history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mara Lombera, please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Myra Lombera. I'm Senior Advisor with the Michelson Center for Public Policy, a social welfare advocacy organization working to advance equity and opportunity across California. It's a pleasure to be here speaking in support of item 51A, and we really want to thank Supervisor Hahn for your leadership on this front. At Michelson, we really believe in building systems that create real pathways to opportunity, especially for those that are working to move beyond the justice system. Pine Grove, as you all know, is one of the few programs that offers justice-involved youth the opportunity to gain skills, build confidence, and envision a future with purpose. Denying them participation based solely on a history of childhood asthma a condition that many outgrow, is not grounded in medical necessity and would unnecessarily limit and hinder access to one of the most impactful rehabilitative programs that we have available to these young individuals. This level of restriction also exceeds what is required to serve in our own county fire departments. For those reasons, we urge
Thank
the
you.
board
Next
to support
speaker,
this
please.
motion.
Cameron Mercer, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Cameron. I'm a formerly incarcerated youth advocate, and I do support. I like to say I support because I would just like to inform you guys and make sure you guys remember that it's opportunity. And with opportunity, you have possibility. That's where rehabilitation came from. So trying to take that away from them, I just feel as if it's the wrong thing to do. The purpose is to rehabilitate, correct? And also, I did have asthma since youth. I don't have asthma no more. I ran track. I played football. Having that asthma, a lot of people are also falsely diagnosed with asthma just because of a breathing problem at a young age because of conditions of how things go. So I'm 24. I have no asthma. I haven't used the asthma pump in so long. So just because I had it before, I don't feel like that should make nothing stop me from being able to have the opportunity to like advance in life. And also, don't forget, you can
Thank you.
condition
Next
yourself.
speaker.
So,
Helen Eigenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Helen Eigenberg, a resident of SB3. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for this motion. I'm in full support of 51A. It's a little disconcerting to think about why this became even an obstacle, but I guess that's for another day. And as the young gentleman just said, opportunity and possibility. And in these precarious times right now with all that is happening and not happening and the uncertainty with probation and with Los Padrinos and all of the other facilities, we need a good facility opened, and I've heard nothing but good things about Pine Grove. So let's just get this done and make sure this bid happens. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment. Item 47 has been released. This report will be received in file. Item 51A is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, Executive Officer, please read the agenda item and title on the next.
The next item is item 51C, responding to workforce and economic impact of federal immigration enforcement in Los Angeles County. We have representatives from the Department of Economic Opportunity, Director of Consumer and Business Affairs, Executive Director for the Office of Immigrant Affairs, President and CEO of the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation. For our departmental representatives, please state your name and title for the record when you speak.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me on this, I think, very important motion for the County of Los Angeles. You know, just this past week and a half, we have seen many of our families going through some very difficult times here in our area. Since these immigration raids began in full force on June the 6th, more than 330 individuals that we know of have been detained. These raids have targeted our immigrant neighbors, including parking lots, Home Depot, grocery stores, car washes, swap meets, churches, and other places of work where people are simply trying to make a living. These are hardworking individuals, as we know, business owners, abuelitos, fathers, mothers, sisters, and brothers, whose removals have already had significant consequences and devastating consequences to our communities and our families. The collateral damage from these raids is already evident in our local community in ways that we need to measure and address. With nearly 3.5 million immigrants in Los Angeles County, their spending power amounts to $79.7 billion, fueling our local economy here in Los Angeles. The metro LA area includes 425,400 immigrant entrepreneurs, small businesses, medium-sized, mom and pop run. And altogether, they generate about $13 billion in business income alone. Immigrants, as you know, play a critical role in building more homes to ease our LA housing crisis. We've talked about that over and over again at this board. But we all know that the labor force is predominantly made up of immigrants. The reference I make is that it could be well over 40% of those immigrants working in the construction fields, areas, laborers, and what have you, represent many of these immigrants that are now being targeted. These immigrants, because of the raids, have faced devastating impacts already, and we know that it will further impact our growth as we try to recover from the wildfires. We know that there are about 13,000 homes that were destroyed between Altadena as well as Palisades, and who is going to help rebuild the majority of those homes? Our immigrant small businesses, as we also know, are creating jobs, and they have, even through the pandemic. Through their resilience, they continue to work on. But now many of those immigrants and their families are deciding that perhaps they don't need to go to work. They need to stay at home because of the fear that they may be deported, or even a routine trip to the grocery store or to a doctor will prevent them from seeing their loved ones because they're going to be deported or detained. In just some recent information that I just received today, I'm hearing that 20% of appointments at LA General Hospital are no-shows, which means that people are not getting their health care that they need. And many of you know that this community, the immigrant community, suffers from many different chronic diseases and other illnesses at a higher rate than other parts of our population. These individuals, they're not just undocumented immigrants, but many of them that are being picked up have visas, have residency, permanent residency, and some, as you know, are U.S. citizens. The Trump administration has escalated the crisis by furthering that by sending in the National Guard and the Marines. They caused civil unrest and resulted in a curfew for downtown Los Angeles, impacting many hundreds of thousands of businesses across the county of Los Angeles. And because of this, many small businesses in the area, including those who rely on immigrant customers and workers, have seen a significant drop-off in their business activities. And that's why I put together this emergency motion to better understand the long-term implications, the economic impacts of the raids on our local economy, and to ensure that we're responding accordingly. The motion before us calls on the county's Department of Economic Opportunity, known as DEO, to assess how recent events will affect our local economy. And it also directs DEO to work with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs through its Office of Immigrant Affairs, which we know was created back in 2017 when the first Trump administration came into power. And the Office of Labor Equity will also be included to connect impacted businesses and workers with support services, including legal aid, rental support, mental health services, and financial support. But it doesn't end there. The County of Los Angeles has already begun to help many of our impacted residents. And long before even this incident, we learned from the COVID pandemic, we learned from the recent fires, and these programs are vital. These are the programs that we'll be calling out. Stay Housed LA, Represent LA, which provides legal representation to immigrants. Youth at Work, that offers paid work experience and job training to many of our impacted communities that come from immigrant families. These young people may be the only ones that will be able to bring a paycheck home because their parents, out of fear for being deported, may not show up to work or will just stay home. That is the situation that we're faced with today. Also, programs like the PACE that offer small business grants will be called upon to help our immigrant small businesses and entrepreneurs. Also, we'll set up a rapid response team and an economic mobility initiative to help the impacted communities. And keep in mind, this goes way beyond just Hispanic or Latino small businesses and families. This is also impacting other immigrant groups, the AAPI community, and many others that are now faced with deportation. The county will also work with the Center for Strategic Partnerships to identify funding for a business interruption fund for impacted businesses and cash assistance for impacted families, just like we did during the January fires. And I have heard from the California Community Foundation today that they're happy to support this motion and will likely help us as they have those victims of the wildfires. The motion builds on a motion that I led last week, which directed the Office of Immigrant Affairs to identify those gaps and provide rapid response network, which will begin connecting impacted residents to our county services. Los Angeles County will continue to make it clear that we welcome our immigrant neighbors because we know our immigrant communities play a vital role in our culture and our economic well-being. It's moments like this that define us, where we show who we are, what we stand for, and staying true to the values that strengthen us as a community. Before we go into questions, I would like to ask some of the panelists here some of these questions that they may be able to help respond to so people can better understand what exactly Los Angeles is going through and why it's important to collect data and for people to connect with services. So I want to begin and thank you, Stephen Chung from the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation. You're no stranger to this board or to the County of Los Angeles. But Stephen, how can you share with us today how past periods of civil unrest have affected our local economy, and how might these raids affect our economy differently than they have in the past? And then thirdly, how will your organization get input from the community to help us provide the data to put together this very important report?
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, and the opportunity to speak in front of the board. Regarding your question, we've seen over the past decade different disruptions that have impacted our communities, and every single time they're slightly different. And what we're seeing in this disruption is that, as you're mentioning before, the impact can have a significant long-term effect on our immigrant population, especially the small businesses. As many of you know, 94% of all of LA County businesses have less than 20 employees. So they don't really have a lot of flexibility. They don't have a lot of runway when it comes to disruptions. And so, again, you mentioned before, many of them are already just recovering from COVID, and they're finally able to get back on their feet. And some of them, because of the disruption, because of the curfew, they're not able to open their business for a long period of time. So this is impacting their income. And also, the workers are directly impacted as well. And there are many around Los Angeles, because of our population, the diversity of our population is creating fear. And so the impact is not directly to only to these businesses, but to also the long-term reverberating effect of the entire supply chain and also their spending power. So we've seen in previous disruptions that when one community is impacted, all of LA is impacted. And that's why it's important for us to really get a true understanding of what that impact is so you can allocate the proper resources. Going back to the fires, we saw very quickly the devastation it had on both the Palisades and Altadena community. However, what we're seeing and hearing from the public was that the economic impact could be anywhere from $50 billion to $250 billion. That's a wide range. It's very difficult to allocate resources. And so LADC worked in partnership with DEO and a number of different partners and released a report that identified there were 1,863 companies located within the two fire zones, employing 9,610 employees. With that type of information, you're able to now start allocating the proper resources. That's why data is important. That's why it's important for us to get a better understanding of what the true devastation is so that we can properly serve our communities.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to go to Kelly Lobianco, who is head of our Department of Economic Opportunity. Kelly, you're no stranger to disasters since you've been here, and I know that you have a wealth of information. Due to the local emergency, and I believe that perhaps Mayor Bass may have lifted the curfew, we're still going to be experiencing these raids and the terror that goes through our community. And I know that that has had a devastating impact in many, many corners of not just the county, but our state of California. But more importantly, what can we expect from you in this quick turnaround. We're talking about perhaps more than 2 weeks to be able to come back to us and present us some information. So can you please share with us how you will go about that? And then can you talk about how you'll set up a contract to do this kind of study that's necessary for us, and then to target the kind of resources that are going to be needed and what we can learn from that, and if there are any gaps that we may need to think about as you come back in reporting that.
Thank you, Supervisor, and the board. The first thing we're going to do, and we already are doing that, is activating our current infrastructure and partners to deploy services to workers and businesses. So we have our Office of Small Business at the East LA Entrepreneur Center, our 18 America's Job Centers of California, already and our department more broadly, pushing out information to businesses and workers to let them know that they can access us for no-cost counseling. They can access us for connections to capital and no-cost legal aid right now. And on the worker side, also job training and connection to work, and also supports for businesses to avert layoffs. So we're deploying sort of our arsenal of existing worker and business resources as it stands. We're also working closely with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, the Office of Immigrant Affairs, and Represent LA to let folks know about workshops and resources that they can access today to better prepare themselves for the moment that we're in. We know that legal aid, capital, and technical assistance is going to be very, very important for our business community. In terms of acting fast, as you mentioned, since the creation of the department, we have had to stand up programs and services and partnerships very, very quickly to respond to the economic changes of the day and the impacts on our business and worker community, starting in COVID, most recently with the windstorms and wildfires, and now with our current situation. We've worked closely with LAEDC in the past. Right now, we're actually already working together on the report that Stephen mentioned, but a follow-up report on the windstorms and wildfires to truly understand the economic impact and how to right-size our response and resources needed. So this is in line with the work that we've already sort of set up and done together. We also stood up most recently the LA Region Small Business and Worker Relief Fund, which went from design to application launch in under 30 days. And we worked with our Center for Strategic Partnership and philanthropic community to raise over $20 million to deploy to thousands of workers and businesses. So we know we have the tools and we know how to do this work to meet the needs of our communities, which is so important. And so we're going to deploy the strategies that work. And like I said, we'll leverage the resources that we have in the department for economic impact and other services, as well as call to action our partners in the field to help us gain the resources necessary to meet the need at the right level.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you underscored the philanthropic role that you currently have in place, and having them also help us in this initiative. That, and I would think also corporations that have and do employ many of our immigrant workers, whether it's in the food industry, groceries, or what have you, manufacturing, all of that. I think it requires us to really look at it at a model that is even more comprehensive, because I do think they have an obligation, because this is temporary, what we're going through, I hope, and that we can put forward a plan that's going to help provide the recovery resources that we need. Going on to my last question here for the panel, to Rafael and Rigo from DCBA and OIA, thank you both for being here and being partners in all of this. Can you please share how both the Office of Immigrant Affairs and the Office of Labor Equity will contribute to this work? And then what work are you already undertaking to support our immigrants pursuant to the motion from last week?
Great. Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you, Board, for having us here on this very important motion. The reality is this is not new work for us. This is work that is currently happening and has been happening. So I do want to take an opportunity to express to our communities and remind our residents and our friends, neighbors, and families that regardless of their status, they have rights and resources available to them. We recognize that these actions that we're witnessing right now are spreading fear and uncertainty, and unraveling a lot of the trust that we as departments and us as a county have relentlessly tried to build with our communities to make sure that they're reaching out to us to take advantage of these resources that this board has significantly invested in over the years to protect the entirety of our communities. So in these uncertain times, I do want to remind our communities that we are still here and they can still reach out to us to take advantage of the rights and the resources and the rights that are afforded to them. We house the county's housing and tenant protections as tenants and homeowners. We have rights regardless of status. We house the Office of Labor Equity. We have rights and responsibilities that are afforded to us regardless of status. We have our consumer protections. In particular, I'd like to point out that during these times of uncertainty, there's high likelihood for notario fraud. So I do encourage our communities to make sure that they don't fall victim to that. And if they need any resources or assistance, to reach out to us to help them identify safe resources to help them out. And with that, I'll pass it over to Rigo to talk about some of the programming we have through our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Thank you, Rafael. Supervisor, thank you so much for your leadership, and Supervisor Hahn and the rest of the board members. I just like to add how important it is for our immigrant communities to know that the county stands for them. Going back when the board created the Office of Immigrant Affairs, it was a very different time. And over the last several years, we have learned certain lessons that have prepared us to be better equipped to respond to what's going on. I have to say, though, that the trust we worked so hard to create over these years has been destroyed almost instantly. And it's going to take a long time and a lot of effort for us and our partners and everyone rebuilding that trust eventually. So programs, for instance, like the Represent LA that the county has, invested money to support those who need immigration legal representation to the amount of $5.5 million this year. That actually represents a 34% increase over last year. We continue to work very closely with the city as partners to help us add additional funding to the program. And if you remember, when we launched the program, Philanthropy, the California Community Foundation, and Weingart Foundations also contributed money to get these services out. We also know that the organizations helping immigrants are over capacity. This happened during the pandemic, during the fires, and now with this, they just don't seem to get a break. So we used some funding to build capacity. We have actually gave grants to 31 organizations to build their internal capacity to be better at helping our communities. And the last one I would mention is through that same effort, the office established a mobile unit because we know how critical it is, particularly now, for us to go in the communities where our immigrants and their families are, rather than expecting them to come to us, because we just heard last night that even Metro is empty. No one is willing to come out of their homes. We need to go to where they need us, and this mobile unit is going to go a long way in that regard.
Right. I just have one question for Kelly. Wanted to ask you, we've heard stories about our street vendors, many who we're trying to help out now that we have these programs to help give them their licensing, carts, and all of that. What do we foresee for this population? Because they are terrorized. You don't see them as we did in the past at all. And they too were living off of whatever it is that they sold that day. What kind of assistance can be made available to those individuals?
Thank you very much. Well, we know, and I think a lot of folks can see this in their own communities, that many of our street vending community members, our entrepreneurs and workers, are not in their normal spaces right now for some of the same reasons that we've discussed here about the uncertainty and fear. And some folks are still out there because it's important that they bring financial security to their families, regardless of their status. We know that we need to provide information in partnership with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and the Represent LA program on folks' rights, as well as make sure that we understand the financial impact for folks whose work situation has changed, and make sure there's an opportunity to bridge that gap with cash assistance where we can, through us or through partner agencies that have the trust of the community.
Right. And forgive me, members, I didn't have our social services departments represented, but I know that they'll be partners because what I'm hearing about more and more is food insecurity. If there's no paycheck, there's no job, there's no food. We don't even, or what I'm hearing somewhat anecdotally, but I've also seen it, is that these food pantries that we've set up, the county has set up, people are afraid to go there. So they're not showing up. And so we do have to go where they are and or get to the community in a different way that we haven't even thought about, because I'm very fearful, especially now with summer, school's out. Typically, many of our kids and our seniors go to the school sites and libraries to receive those meals. And we have to create a space so that it is safe, so that they know where to go, and that their trust in us will be honored and respected. So I just want to underscore that, because that's a very important element that we're really not seeing yet, but it is happening as we speak today. I'm getting those calls now from our community-based organizations and our religious churches, and our folks that represent the clergy are also reaching out and saying that this is going to be a big problem and they're going to need our help as well. So thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I want to turn it over to my co-author, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for inviting me to be on this motion with you. And I'm just going to say it again because I know we're all saying it, but I do want to say that these recent ICE raids on workplaces across Los Angeles County have created widespread fear, uncertainty among our immigrant workers and their families. This motion recognizes the fundamental rights and dignity of immigrant workers who have built lives and communities here in our county. This aggressive federal ICE tactics have disrupted daily life, separating workers from their families without warning. It is heartbreaking. Since most undocumented immigrants are excluded from unemployment benefits and other safety nets, the families are left vulnerable, and the financial responsibility of supporting these families will fall onto other members of the household just to survive. And I know too often that it will be up to the teenagers and young adults to carry the brunt of supporting their families, to keep from losing their homes or to put food on the table. These aggressive, out-of-control raids are scaring people in our immigrant communities into staying home, starving local businesses, a lot of their customer base. And I don't know if anyone caught the KCAL 9 story last night, but Pacific Boulevard in the city of Huntington Park, which for decades has been a vibrant shopping area filled with mom and pop shops, cafes, restaurants, now looks like a ghost town. People are just too scared to go out, and those business owners are already feeling the impact. 1/3 of Angelenos were born somewhere else, and they not only contribute significantly to our local economy, but they've been the foundation in shaping who Los Angeles County is. We are a county of immigrants, and we must stand together. These enforcement actions undermine the very fabric of what our beautiful country has been built on. And we cannot repeat historical injustices by taking away their human civil rights. Thank you. I look forward to this report back. Thank you, Supervisor Felice, for including so much in this motion. But I too am concerned of the conventional ways we typically are supporting our immigrant community. I think a lot of those will not work this time around. I do like us talking about having a mobile response going to where they are. They're being swept up even at their courthouses where they've gone for an immigration hearing, like we've been telling them to do. And I really relate to what you said about the trust being broken in just a few weekends. The trust that we've all worked so hard to develop between our immigrant communities. So I'm very concerned about how we reach them. They're in hiding right now. They are so worried and scared about doing every day, which up until a couple weekends ago was kind of a protected right? Go to church, go to work, go to school, go to your immigration hearings. These things have been stripped from them. I just heard they're right now conducting a raid, I think, in Pico Rivera. They're unannounced, they're unprovoked, they're irresponsible, and they're really having such a consequential impact on people's families. But as we're going to see by this report back, certainly on our economy, from the businesses that so much depend on their contribution to the success of our small businesses. So thank you.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn for this very timely and important motion. To put it simply, immigrants are Los Angeles. The effects of the recent and ongoing ICE raids have been felt far and wide, and fear and outrage have been initial reactions to this injustice, but it doesn't end there. The detrimental impact to our regional economy will be one of the long-lasting legacies. We will soon feel the effects of life without immigrants, not only on our economy, but everyday life. The over 4 million immigrants who call LA home pay over $50 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. They build our houses, making up over half of our region's workforce, especially at a time where we need housing. They are entrepreneurs generating jobs and billions in business income, especially as people are fighting to make Los Angeles affordable. They are our caretakers, 2 in 3 nurses, and over half of health aid workers. Study after study finds that immigrants and immigration are a net positive for this country. The Congressional Budget Office projects an estimated $1.2 trillion in federal revenue in the next decade, all coming from immigrants. At a time of rising tariffs, a slowing economy, we cannot afford to lose a vital and economic driver as immigrants are in Los Angeles. They are California, they are this nation, and they are our community members. For these and many reasons, I wholeheartedly reject all suggestion that we should be using county resources to facilitate or enhance federal efforts to terrorize local families and residents who are simply trying to protect and care for themselves. Currently, our Sheriff's Department gets engaged if and only if a federal judicial warrant is produced, which is not only good for public safety, it's adhering to due process rights. Participating in these raids would further erode public trust in law enforcement at a truly devastating moment for Los Angeles. As we've heard from our panelists, the most important way we're going to be able to connect with people now because of what this government has done is to use and partner with our trusted community partners, because government is no longer trusted, and that is a sad day when the services and support that we intend to reach all of our residents are limited by these destructive actions. So I thank you for this report back. I thank you for highlighting the impact that immigrants bring in so many positive and enhancing ways to our communities, and how we can do better in making sure that what we are seeking to protect and fight for in Los Angeles County is exactly how it, not only what we intend, but how it lands in the community. Because we can say a lot, but we also have to make sure that we are doing our part to make sure our communities feel that protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Hahn for bringing this motion forward. And I feel compelled to start by acknowledging that this is a manufactured economic crisis. Workers are foregoing shifts out of fear, and lower foot traffic to small businesses are a direct response to the federal enforcement we're seeing across our county. And so what we need for our small businesses and workers to succeed is an end to the raids and for federal law enforcement to leave. With that, I stand firmly in support of protecting our family, friends, and neighbors who comprise our immigrant communities and assessing the harm caused by the federal immigration enforcement. And to that end, I want to be sure that we allocate our very limited county funds to most impactfully support workers and small business. I don't want to see us commission a report that tells us what we likely already know, which is that the federal government is targeting essential workers in the construction, service, manufacturing, agricultural, food processing, and distribution, street vendors, and related industries. We have world-class partners right here in LA, like the UCLA Latino Policy and Politics Institute and other trusted institutions who've been documenting and analyzing the economic contributions of immigrant workers for decades. I want to ensure that we have reached out to a diverse range of organizations serving the immigrant community to understand what data and analysis already exists. I support the fact that this motion asks us to act with urgency. That means getting tangible support to those who've been impacted quickly, including our immigrant-owned businesses, workers, vendors, and youth caring for family members. So to that end, I want to ensure that the Center for Strategic Partnerships is fully brought in and on board so that they can quickly help raise funds needed at the scale required to support immigrant workers and businesses across the county in real time. I'll be supporting the motion and hope that we do indeed, Supervisor Solis, act with the sense of urgency that the situation requires.
Thank you. I just have a question for, I think it might be for you, Rigo. One of the issues that I have, and I brought it up, I have a staff member who's got a godson who is a citizen, was leaving an establishment, driving down a side street, unmarked car with lights went on, pulled him over, asked him what his surname was, told him, and he said, "This is a really nice truck for someone with that surname." And then proceeded, and he was getting nervous, obviously, and said basically something to the extent, and I'm paraphrasing it all, but you can see my license, my registration, and one of the other officers was on the other side trying to open the side door, and the gentleman at the window asked him to get out of the car, to which he declined, and then the gentleman saw people taping it, and so they ended up getting in their car and leaving. I tell you this story because we don't know if they were ICE agents or not. And I have to believe, and I don't know, Dawn, I'm looking to you, I don't know if you're an expert on this, but that they have to identify themselves when they pull over. I'm assuming that they have the same requirements as law enforcement? Do we know?
They do have the same requirements.
They do have the same requirements, which is what I thought, and I do not know, but my question to you is, what can we do to educate the public? Because we talk about know your rights, but there are also bad players out there. We saw it with the lawyers that were not lawyers exploiting a vulnerable community. And my fear is we're going to see it with this, where they're going to pull them over and then either ask them for money, and they don't know. A long-winded way of asking that to either one of you. I don't know who could answer that. In terms of what can we do to be proactive, to educate about that, and then what do we do in those situations?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Barger, for bringing that issue that illustrates the fear. And I mean, I just can't imagine if I get pulled over under those circumstances, I would panic. What we are doing, just almost in real time, working with our partners, the immigration legal service providers that help us provide this Know Your Rights workshops. Now we're mostly virtual because of the same fears. And every time an incident like this comes up, we make sure that we incorporate it into the workshop so that we address it. And this is just one of many unusual circumstances that are happening. And we're hearing from the community. And again, we fine-tune the presentations to make sure we address it.
Good. I think that's important because when I looked over at county council to ask if there's a requirement they identify themselves, it would appear to me that that's automatic. And my second comment would be it's really unfortunate that there is no cooperation between or communication at any level, because this is what happens. You've got on Ring, you've got on different social medias, people saying the ICE is over here, and then someone 3 minutes later say, no, I went there, they're not there, that's something else. There's a lot of misinformation out there, which is creating a lot of hysteria, which is probably adding to the Huntington Park situation where people are being reported, no, I believe you, but people are being reported in places that they're not, but that's because there's no communication, to my knowledge. The federal government is not communicating with local officials. Is that correct?
That is correct. Leading up to what's happening, several community organizations did scenario planning on rapid response using what they traditionally knew was going to happen. Yeah. But given the show of force, the widespread operations, it has become very challenging for them to confirm that in fact something is going on, right, to report it back to their organizations and then deploy. It is an ongoing challenge. They continue to reassess, but I totally agree with your comment.
And I think that does reflect how much people are on pins and needles, because there's all these sightings and it is creating a real fear amongst the community. So at last Tuesday, the board activated a rapid response system, and we've already heard that nonprofits operating these lines have been overwhelmed, something I think you've touched on, and they're underfunded and unable to offer real-time multilingual support beyond English and Spanish. How do you plan to ensure this new line doesn't replicate those same capacity challenges for lessons learned?
I think that's a really good observation. So internally, we are making sure that our lines are addressed in the various languages that we know are being most impacted. We have communicated with the rapid response hotlines, more than one is available, raising that concern. One of the things is that when people call, because of the overwhelming number of calls coming, they're asked to leave a message, and some of those lines say it in English and Spanish only. So if someone who speaks Armenian or Korean, they won't even know that they're asked to leave a message so they can call them back. That is part of one of the directives from last Tuesday for us to review our internal procedures, capacity, and externally, and that's what we're doing with the partners.
Also, if I may add, one of the big lessons learned for us has been more strategic coordination with our philanthropic partners and our partners on the ground, ensuring that we're not stepping on each other, trying to go after the same resources, or trying to invest in the same with the same partners with the same work, distracting folks from trying to provide county deliverables while they're trying to provide other deliverables. So we're being very strategic and ensuring that we're investing funding directly in a coordinated manner.
Very good. And then,
sorry, Supervisor, I just wanted to add one thing to that as well. I think it's important that we also are doing cross-training with our Office of Immigrant Affairs for human service agencies and community-based organizations. So, we are already working together to make sure workforce development, business serving organizations aren't just making a phone call to a hotline and handing it off, but really have some knowledge and know-how to work directly with individuals that are coming into those doors, so we're not overburdening any sort of one organization. So I think that's a really important moment too, that this becomes like part and parcel of the work that all of our human service organizations have under their belt.
Good, and I would ask that we had the 211 contract on the agenda today, and one of the complaints I've heard from 211 is that we will announce that you can call 211 for more information, but we collectively, whatever department, neglects to give the information to 211, so when they start getting calls, They know where to refer. So I would ask that any action we take that we provide or share with 211 so that if people call, because 211 is a known entity in terms of calling for information. So let's be proactive to make sure that 211 also has all the information and is truly a partner on that. And then last but not least, I will say this, and I think the most frustrating thing for me is now you hear Washington, you hear the president say he's asked ICE to back off on the fields, the restaurants, and what's the third? I can't. Oh, thank you, hotels. You know, I hope Congress is listening because there's an opportunity. I mean, when I hear and see and talk to people who I know that have been in this country more than they've been where they were born, there is a pathway to citizenship. And by the way, not all want to become citizens. So there's an assumption that people here want to become citizens. They don't. But they want to work hard. They want to provide for their family and even help resources for family in the country from which they came. But I think it's time to acknowledge the fact that we always put a Band-Aid on it and we bury our head in the sand. And Congress needs to do something because this is absolutely, when I see what's taking place, and I talked to someone yesterday whose best friend's cousin is missing, went to work and they don't know where he is. And I had to explain to her that on ICE, you know, allegedly there's a form, I mean, there's a list of who's been taken, but it's not updated. I mean, this, to me, and I'm not gonna be popular with this, is on Congress as well. Because we can all sit there and on both sides of the aisle and complain. But if they don't do anything, then they are part of the problem. And that is truly what I believe. And so I'm hoping that if the president is saying, lay off the fields, lay off the hotels, lay off the restaurants, that he realizes that there is a benefit to the people that are working in each one of those that I just named, which means that they need to figure out a way to allow them to be here legally. And by the way, if that happens, they get paid a wage that reflects those that are in this country legally. So they're no longer be taken advantage of because they are now not living in the shadows. So I just felt I had to say that because it seems that we always talk about, you know, why is this being done? It's being done because we need to get laws that highlight the importance of the people that are working and acknowledge that we are doing nothing by sitting by and not saying, Congress, do your job. With that, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just make it clear that it is ICE agents who are here in LA County. Let's make no mistake about it. Isn't people impersonating ICE. It is ICE. They take credit for it. The Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, had a press conference here. She's been here. She's been in my district. She says we're trying to liberate Los Angeles from its oppressive leadership of Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom. So it is ICE agents who are causing the havoc. There's no question about it. And most of the time, they're wearing masks. They are not identifying themselves. I've seen the videos where they just pull people over in the middle of the street. They chase after people. Before the president called them off, they were chasing people through the strawberry fields in Ventura County. So it is ICE that is doing that. And as far as the Madam Chair, that you know, there is a pathway to citizenship. There is no pathway to citizenship right now. There is none. Let's recall the President Reagan. I think it was I'm trying to remember, 86. when he gave amnesty to, I believe at that point was 3 million people in this country who were undocumented. And I think they showed that they'd lived here for a certain amount of years. I think they had to show like a utility bill, or it was a very easy process to be given citizenship in this country. From that point forward, you are correct, Madam Chair, Congress did not then put in a pathway to Congress. I served in Congress for 5.5 years. Supervisor Solis served in Congress. Trust me, we tried many times to bring forward comprehensive immigration reform. It was the other side of the aisle that refused to, at one point, even bring it up for a vote. So, and I think as recently as the last year, I think there was another deal on the table that President Trump basically told his people not to vote for. So it's unfortunate, but right now there is no compassionate, humane pathway to citizenship. So the fact that we're now targeting these very people who have been here, as you said, have lived here. Many of them were children who were brought here when they were just babies, and they know no other country but America. And they are tax-paying members of our community, and they are residents of Los Angeles County. And this kind of targeting of them is inhumane and has no, there's no compassion or dignity in what ICE is doing now. We know that our own county sheriff has said that if we are presented with a signed judicial warrant for someone who is been convicted of a crime and is in our jails, we will then turn them over. But to expand this dragnet to not just be violent criminals, but to go after those who are in the car washes, who are in the restaurants, who are, just the day laborers, who show up just to make a living for the day to provide for their family, is absolutely not the government that I know I've spent my life in public service to. So I think, Supervisor Holly Mitchell, you said it so perfectly in the beginning. Let's be clear. This economic impact to our county is man-made. It is not because of a disaster. It is not because of floods, hurricanes, COVID. This is a man-made disaster. And for that, I appreciate everything we're doing, but it would end tomorrow if they would remove themselves from our cities and counties and go back to a more dignified way of deportation, if that's their goal.
So Supervisor Hunt, I'm sorry, I think you did not hear me correctly. I did not say that ICE is not here. What I said was, and that's why I asked County Council, that I do believe there may be people out there impersonating ICE, taking advantage of this population. So if you think I'm one of these people that is denying that ICE is out there, you misunderstood me. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying, and for you, I would hope you'd at least acknowledge that there are, even before ICE came in, there were people taking advantage of undocumented. Well, okay, I know for fact that there were, and I'm just trying to protect the population. So maybe, as Supervisor Mitchell says, maybe it is the person delivering the message that you're not listening to, because I am telling you that this did happen, and that's why I looked to County Council and said, do they have a requirement to identify themselves? Now, if they're, and we did report it to ICE, by the way. We called ICE to report it because I felt that if that is happening, they need to know. Didn't get a call back, which is fine. But I don't want you to think that I just said that ICE is not in LA, which is what you said. And you misinterpreted what I said. So just to be clear,
That's
I
fine.
believe ICE is, no, ICE is here.
The majority, these are
Okay,
ICE
the majority, but even if it happens to 10 people, we should be proactive in protecting them. So to deny that the possibility of it happening the possibility of happening is impossible. I disagree.
Well, I just want to be clear that ICE is not identifying themselves many times, but it is indeed ICE.
So my question to county council then would be, what can we do as a board? But no, what can we do as a board other than sit here and say we don't like it? Or can we file something? I mean, what action can be taken if in fact, Dawn, that we're getting allegations that ICE is not identifying themselves, which I think is a constitutional requirement, or what? I'm looking, the gentleman to your left.
The Code of Federal Regulations requires ICE agents to identify themselves when conducting an arrest. And there could be some room as to say when that duty attaches. But within the requirement of that obligation to identify, this board could, through its political voice, protest. But as far as a legal recourse, we would have to consider that. And within the county council's office, if there's any legal remedy to violations, I can't address that at this point.
Okay, I mean, I guess my point is that if, according to Supervisor Hahn, and I don't know whether this was an ICE agent or not, if we believe that they are going in and not identifying themselves, which is against whatever section code, whatever you said, since we file legal action quite often against actions taken by this administration, why wouldn't we do the same on this?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
I'm asking you why we would not take legal action if we feel or we know, which was said, that they are not identifying themselves. If Mr. Hahn said that, then why wouldn't we take legal action, or at least initiate something to begin that process to protect our communities?
We can certainly look into that. I know, to me, that strikes as an individual harm that an individual could pursue. We would have to look to see, we would need to gather those facts. We would need to have very specific instances. We would need to have, so we could look into that. I don't know right now, as I sit here, what action we would take specifically, hearing,
Do you have a number that they can call if this happens, if family members, someone can call so that we can gather that information?
They could always report incidents to us, and we'll track them. But I think two things that I'd like to point out is, absolutely, with your recommendations and in partnership with County Council, we'll include this in our Know Your Rights workshops and the information that we put out. Right. But also, to bring to your attention, and I'm sure CEO Lair is tracking this, there is a bill at the state level that is looking to require the removal of masks by ICE agents, and that they clearly identify themselves and their badges in the process. So I think working with CEO Lair, we could work on
that was the suggestion I was going to make. Thank you. That you asked, what could we do if we could send a 5-signature letter in support of the bill that says remove the masks. There was a bill that law enforcement supported, saying, residents post-COVID couldn't walk around with masks, so the same should certainly apply to them. I don't understand the reason why they have to wear the half-face ski-type mask in LA in the summer. And so I would certainly support a 5-signature letter saying, be masked.
Well, to me, that's not addressing the fact they're not identifying themselves as ICE agents when they pull over. And that's what I'm talking about right now, is about how do we, the mask is a legislative issue at Sacramento.
Well, no, it's a way for me to be able to visibly identify who pulled me over.
The bill does include language requiring that they identify and clearly wear badges.
Minnesota was not wearing a mask. Well, he actually was wearing a mask, but it was a face mask. It was not a mask. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The bill is SB 627, and it actually does require the clearly wearing insignia, badges, and identification for ICE agents as well. It's incorporated in the law. In the proposed bill, I'm sorry.
And also to wear identifiable uniforms. An issue that is going on right now with the military garb that they wear. Anyone can go out and buy it, and you know what happened in Minnesota.
Right. All right, Supervisor Solis, and then Supervisor Horvath, followed by Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see your point. And I'd certainly join you in a motion if you want to bring back something to support Senator Wiener's bill. But I would like to move forward with what we have before us today, given that we've had such a good, robust discussion. And I do believe there are gaps, and I think that's the whole purpose of doing this study and making sure that we go to our community and hear their voices and integrate all those groups that have knowledge and understanding about what the current impact is on our community. So rest assured, I think that's what my objective is. And I really want to thank our panel. And earlier today, we had a press conference. We had our friends in labor join us as well, Unite Here, and also the carpenters who are here as well, and other groups that have joined us in this effort. And even though, as I said earlier, the curfew may have been lifted by the mayor, the ramifications of this are damaging, and they will be somewhat long-lasting, but we do have to come up with something because the direction of the current federal administration is that they want to continue with these raids and deportation. And that is the concerning part. So we're going to learn a lot, and I hope that through those actions we can better steer our ship and hopefully give guidance to the rest of the 88 cities that we do have some jurisdiction over. So thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for that. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. I think another thing that contributes to erosion of trust is intentional chaos that is created by confusion. It is not only up to Congress to fight back, and in fact, it is the Trump administration that sent these forces into Los Angeles. They may have issued that they might rescind, but like many things with this administration, they have also reversed course on that. So there is no rescission on hotels and restaurants and farm workers for now. And that's kind of the point. The point is that by initiating something and then pulling it back, that creates just as much fear as somebody showing up at your door, because you don't know what's true and you don't know what's going to change. And when something is said outside of these chambers and then something is said differently inside these chambers, that also causes confusion. Who are we going to be as Los Angeles County is really the question at hand. Who are we going to be when our residents are being kidnapped off our streets by people we all acknowledge are not appropriately displaying badges, who are not showing their faces? What are they afraid of if they are doing this in the name of America? This is absurd, and we all are seeing it. We are frustrated, we are angry, and we are being targeted because our community is stronger because of the immigrants who are here. And it is frustrating to see that to hear from our county council who's being asked by us, what can we do to protect ourselves, to say, I don't know what the specific code is. We know who we want to be as a community, and that's who we're trying to show up as. And so I appreciate that Supervisor Mitchell identified a law that a bill that is currently proposed, that if we want to be on record and be clear about how we want people to show up, we can be. We can create clarity, but what is being created right now is chaos, and that is intentional. It is intended to cause fear, to terrorize our communities, and it's got to stop. And I'm glad that we are asking for this report to look at it from an economic perspective, because there will be some people who will not be persuaded by certain arguments. Perhaps an economic argument will help tell a different picture, but we have to stand up for our residents. It is what we are called to do as Los Angeles County, and I hope that we remain committed to that effort at this board level. Thank you.
Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? B. Carell, Byron Jose, Diego Rodriguez, Eleni Rodriguez, George Bocanegra, Jorge Valenzuela, Loretta Lorraine, and Maya Daniels. As a reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 51C, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madeline Blush, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Blush, and I'm with TIE CDC, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this forward. ICE raids are targeting targeting hardworking immigrants, essential members of our workforce and community. Many now fear going to work, creating widespread harm to families, businesses, and the broader economy. With ongoing threats from federal enforcement, it's critical that the county assesses and responds to these impacts. Please vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Elizabeth Genzo, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Genzo, the founder of Designated Exceptional Services, a nonprofit located in the heart of East LA, where we teach people with developmental disabilities to live independent lives by means of workforce development. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. I've witnessed firsthand our immigrant residents afraid to go to work or come to the food bank at DESI out of fear that they or a family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. And I agree that the impact on our local workforce, which DESI is a training site for, will have a ripple effect on the state and country. The county has always stood up for its immigrant communities, and I'm glad that we're taking part in this stand, and I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Josh Berg, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Joshua Berg. I am the clergy. I'm the minister at the Unitarian Universalist Church down in the South Bay of Los Angeles County, one of the churches. And I too am calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisors Solis and Hahn, for introducing it and for the board for considering it. It's surreal that we're having to do Know Your Rights training at our church to protect our community members and our family members from the federal government whose seemingly is their job to protect us. It's very surreal. These are targeted, hardworking residents, as everyone said, that are being targeted. These immigrants, and I will say it, it's mostly non-white immigrants, mostly brown and Latinx immigrants. We're using immigrant, but I think we need to name who it mostly is. These people play a vital role, especially in Los Angeles County and Southern California. They sustain our economy. They take care of our families. They take care of our communities.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Life for them.
Guillermo Torres, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. First of all, I want to call in support of this motion. I am Guillermo Torres from Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice, interfaith religious community in Los Angeles, and I want to honor Supervisor Solis and other supervisors for this motion. In light of the cruelty, the inhumanity, we've been at the front lines of this. We've been in the immigration courts, our religious leaders, seeing ICE officers waiting on the hall in plain clothing, it's like a state of police, kidnapping our fathers, our mothers. Also, we've seen the effect that this is having on our churches, where they have to move their food banks inside the churches, inside the spaces, inside the building. And also, I was in Koreatown this week and to visit one of my friends that owns a Korean restaurant, Mr. Lee, and they also seen the effect of this cruel and inhumanity. So your vote in support of this is a vote to say that you affirm the humanity of every human being, and you are not indifferent to the cruelty and suffering that we're seeing the immigrant community experience at this moment. So we join you.
Thank
as a
you.
religious
Next speaker,
organization,
please.
Gabriel Quinones, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Quinones. I represent the city of La Puente as a council member. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn for introducing this motion. Our community, just like the discussion that everyone's having today, has a direct effect on the damage that's been caused for these raids that are happening. So I'm calling in support of this item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Brian Tabata, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Calderon Tabatabai, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you to Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn for introducing this important motion. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath for correcting the record as President Trump and Stephen Miller continue to target hotels, farms, and restaurants. I also want to correct the record that during the Obama administration, the Senate voted 68-32 for comprehensive immigration reform. It was the Republican Congress and John Boehner who didn't bring it to the floor. Shame on anyone who tries to distract. This is a Trump administration who is targeting our community, and no one should forget that. Support 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator, may we have next speaker, please?
Maria Serrano.
Maria Serrano, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Elena Serrano with Comité Mexicano, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. The ICE raids have our communities, our immigrants, residents are afraid to go to work out of fear that they are or a family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The impact of our local workforce and economy will have rightful effect on the state of the county. We know the administration will continue to target immigrants, workers, and that is why it's imperative to the county to take action to assess the impact and respond accordingly. The county has always stood up for its immigrant communities, and I'm glad the county is taking a stand in support of our business and workers. I do please urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pastor Roberts, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. This is Pastor Bridie Roberts, and I am the Community Organizing Director at Unite Here Local 11. Our union represents nearly 32,000 hotel and food service workers here in Southern California and in Arizona. These ICE raids that have targeted immigrant workers, hardworking residents, and individuals who play a critical role in our economy will have long-lasting effects. Hotel and food service workers are a vital part of Los Angeles County's economy. They welcome the stranger and the visitor to our community and ensure that their stay in Los Angeles is memorable. These workers are the backbone of the largest industry in Los Angeles, tourism. Without hotel and food service workers, tourism in Los Angeles just doesn't work. Yet those who welcome the stranger and enrich our city with their gifts of hospitality are now being made to feel unwelcome in a place that they call home. The recent indiscriminate and immoral immigration raids in our community have created terror and made families feel uncertain. Workers share stories of neighbors refusing to leave their homes, hotels with low occupancy, and some workers fearful of going to work. They've shared their feelings of hurt, frustration, and anger at the racism shaping the raids. Our community allies report cherished small businesses are
Thank
closed
you.
because workers
Next
are
speaker,
fearful of
please.
going to their place.
Carrie Shea, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Kerry Chai. I'm the son of Cambodian refugees and a resident in Supervisor District 4. The ICE raids cause fear in our community. Many of the Cambodian elders do not go to the park or food drives out of safety. My parents are too afraid to go work and support their family, so I'm alone helping my family. I thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
I have addressed to you the Biden-era illegals. Illegal immigration is everybody's business duty. And you, the national government, has created this condition of illegal immigration for political and financial gain for decades and has exacerbated to endpoint. Your disingenuous abuse of the word immigration without the word legal only exacerbates your criminal culpability. You and your co-conspirators have enslaved these persons to a life of vulnerability and fear for decades as you build a false economy for political gain. This is one nation indivisible. Obama deported 3.5 million people due process. Where's the false narrative? Without due process, where's this false narrative? Just think of the size of the economy if it were legal. You are pathetic, moral, ethical examples to the kids of this nation, and there have been 8 amnesty situations since 1988. Do your homework, for God's sake.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin. Please begin.
Excuse me. Hello, how y'all doing today? Y'all already know me. I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. I'm with Trans-Latina. Ms. Lansing, I saw you. You do fight for the immigrants. And I'm going to tell you, Trump administration is the one who brought this shit into this problem that we're having now. Who's taking up for Trump? Oh, Trump is saying this. He said a lot of things. But if he meant it, you should see some of the media I've been watching. It's ridiculous. We are having people with dialysis out there cannot make it. People that needs their treatment for cancer, AIDS. There's transgender community that we are here and y'all, we don't exist. We do exist. Trump doesn't believe in none of us, color, skin, or nothing. He's all about him. And it's so sad that we came to this long of older that we are, there's old people here to see this happen, how America is turning to be. Now, y'all need to get on your jobs and do it. For
Thank
this
you.
migrant people.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is John O'Brien. I came here last week to talk about the Stonewall Rebellion, which I was a participant in. But this issue takes me here for a different reason. Donald Trump is a narcissist and a liar and a criminal. And we are way beyond that point of just studies, even though I support the study issue. We have right now our people taken off the streets and in the homes of Los Angeles and taken to South Sudan, Libya, and places like that. That's what's going on right now. You're asking for the government to do the right thing. What we have is a Los Angeles County Sheriff Department, I saw on Saturday, institute moving people away from legal protests who are nonviolent, using chemical agents, using rubber bullets, using horses to deny them the right to even protest. And they had it was not in the censored, it was not in the curfew area, and it wasn't beyond the time. So we have to understand, we have to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, supervisors. I'm Maya Daniels, pronouns they, them with the Translatina Coalition, and I represent them as a co-chair for Immigrants RLA. We as a coalition are in strong support of this motion and any motion that is created with intentional protections and support for the immigrant community. Federal immigration raids are having a chilling effect on our communities and your economies. The county and the city will never financially recover from this. And worse, the heart of the city will forever be marred by these attacks. In these times, not just supporting businesses, but supporting immigrant families, overcoming housing insecurity, and creating for them a safety net is one of our leading priorities as a coalition, and the least we can do and push forward as their neighbors and lawmakers. Thank you for the supervisors who authored this motion. Our coalition stands ready to support implementation, participate in stakeholder sessions, and help shape an effective response that actually protects our immigrant Angelenos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Elaine Rodriguez. I am the executive director for LEAF. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing forth this important item. Over the last week, in the last 48 hours specifically, we have heard directly from small business leaders about the very difficult decisions they're having to make due to these ICE raids. So this item is really timely. The LEAF team is ready to support and really help shape this report as well as the implementation of it. As you guys know, in our last trust report, we visited over 10,000 businesses, and we know that about 72% of them have never heard of resources. So this cannot be more timely to really implement and support, the different resources that are available. I love all the things that we've had discussed today and have a lot of ideas as to how we can better implement them. Being part of the undocumented and immigrant community means that we have to support each other. So I look forward to voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board. Byron Jose with the Translatina Coalition and Immigrants out of Los Angeles. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Han, for engaging the Translatina Coalition and Immigrants RLA as stakeholders in informing this motion and meeting the moment. Thank you. We look forward to continue working with OIA and DCPA, along as Director Lobianco and DEO in advancing these directives, and we definitely appreciate the shrinking of for 30 days to 15 days to meet the moment. In addition to looking at the economic impact, we do appreciate Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Mitchell's raising different points, right? We need a safety net for our communities. Immigrants have lived here forever. So, and again, as Trump has said, right, these just continue to escalate. So how do we continue to respond by advancing a care first framework and not just continue to build mechanisms like the Sheriff's Department that can be then deputized by the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jorge Valenzuela Felix. I'm a lead research with the LEAF organization. And I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Solis for bringing this motion forward, not just as a means to support the immigrant community, but as a form of dissent towards these, frankly, racist and xenophobic policies that are lazily described as law and order. We all know that if they were really going after law and order, they would look inwards and at themselves. But I just want to say that this is important, not just for the information that we're going to get and the data, but it's a form of communication with the immigrant community. And this is really important because as somebody who's been out there on the streets and talking to so many business owners over the last couple of years regarding resources, it is so hard to get them to trust us, even when we come with goodwill and good faith and actual free resources. So any chance that we can get to distance ourselves from these types of organizations and administrations, we have to take, and we have to communicate with them constantly that we are on their side and that we have their best interest at heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is George Bocanegra. I am with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, where we have over 24,000 members across the Southland that come here to the county and to the city to work each and every day. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. The ICE raids and immigration sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and communities. Our immigrant members are afraid to go to work out of fear that they or a family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The impact on our local workforce and economy will be broad and have a ripple effect on the state and the county, especially with everything that has gone on in the past months with all the housing. The impact of our local workforce and economy will be broad and have a ripple effect on the state and the country. I said that already. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return to remote
Thank you.
speakers. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Carrie Martin, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, we
Okay,
can hear
great.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Martin. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a law fellow at Public Counsel calling in support of item 51C. The ICE raids and immigration sweeps have targeted LA's immigrant community, many of whom we call family and friends, and who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and provide critical services that keep LA running. LA's immigrant residents are terrified to leave their homes for work, medical appointments, to grocery shop, or participate in community activities out of fear that they or a family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The impact on our local workforce and economy will be broad and have a ripple effect on the state and country. Small businesses in our region are already struggling, and the rates have drastically reduced foot traffic and sales. We know this is far from over. Thank you to Supervisor Solis and Hahn for introducing this important motion, and I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nina Cabardo, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello.
Please begin.
Hello. Hi, my name is Nina Cabardo, Filipino Worker Center, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. We are feeling the effects of our workers being terrorized, not just in how the community is now unable to live normally day to day, but in our economy. These sweeps, these ICE raids and sweeps have targeted our hardworking neighbors and workers, and they are people who are vital in sustaining our local economy and caring for our businesses and communities. These immigrant neighbors and families are afraid to go out to work out of fear as ICE continues to terrorize our streets. This will heavily impact our local workforce and economy and also the state and country. Without workers, our economy will suffer. So I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gloria Ayala, please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, yes, my name is Gloria Ayala, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. I'm grateful to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. The ICE raids and immigration sweeps have been targeting hardworking residents and their families, including young children. It has been difficult to continue daily living and going about regular business with the increasing fear growing by the day. As an educator, I have seen how the fear has impacted student attendance in our public schools and could only imagine the other impact it has to our community. We know that the administration will continue to target immigrant workers and their families, and as we most recently, quote unquote, heard, they're doubling down in communities, specifically targeting ours, and that's why it's imperative that the county take action to assess the impact and respond accordingly. I strongly urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lynette Costa, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynette Coste. I'm a small business owner in South LA that helps Black and Brown entrepreneurs through programming and events. I'm a U.S. citizen and a proud daughter of Latino immigrants. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion forward. This very important motion forward. The ICE raids and immigration sweeps have targeted hardworking residents and individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and communities. I've seen it in our streets. I've heard it even in fear for an upcoming events this week that's helping entrepreneurs in our communities. The impact on our local workforce and economy will be broad and have a ripple effect on the state and in the country. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Russell Castaneda Claros, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Russell Castaneda Calleros. I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations at Rio Hondo College, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn, for introducing this important motion, and for the other supervisors for your robust dialogue and support. I have observed that the ICE raids have targeted hardworking residents in my community, and I've noticed residents are afraid to go to school, to work, and to places of worship out of fear that a family member or themselves will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The impact on our workforce and economy will be substantial, and since we know the administration will continue to target immigrant workers, I agree it's imperative for the county to take action and assess the impact and respond accordingly. I join the County Board of Supervisors in standing up for its immigrant communities, and urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ralph Galvin, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ralph Galvan. I'm the Vice President of the Baltimore Park Business Association and Vice President of the Valley County Water District, out son of immigrant parents, and I'm calling to support 31C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Hahn, for introducing this motion. Ms. Hahn just said it now, small cities are looking like ghost towns. Last week, our Summer Concerts in the Park series had a low turnout due to ICE raids and immigration sweeps that keep targeting hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our economy and caring for our families and communities. The food and small business exhibitors are losing business, and our immigrant residents are scared to come out. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jason Bautista, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello and good afternoon to the board. My name is Jason Bautista with the Thai Community Development Center, or Thai CC, calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. What is going on right now is an absolute and ongoing nightmare. ICE raids and immigration sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, people who are essential to our local economy and care for our families and communities. Many are now afraid to go to work, fearful that they or their loved ones may be raided by immigration enforcement. This harms not only families, but the broader workforce and economy, with ripple effects felt across the state and country. We know immigrant workers will continue to be targeted, which is why it is vital for the county to assess these impacts and respond appropriately. The county has long stood by our immigrant communities, and I'm grateful to taking action once again to support our businesses and workers. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Teal Hunter, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is T.O. Hunter, owner of Crowns and Hops Brewing Company. I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Hahn, for introducing this important notion. As a licensed small business operating in partnership with Creature Comforts in District 14, we've seen firsthand how the ICE raids have devastated our community. Our location, once a vibrant gathering space, has become a ghost town overnight. Fear has replaced foot traffic. Our immigrant neighbors, who are essential to the local economy, are afraid to come to work, to gather, or simply enjoying a pint with their local community. These raids are not just targeting individuals, they're attacking the cultural and economic fabric of Los Angeles. The county must act now to assess the full impact and provide both protections and financial support for our immigrant communities and our small businesses. As a U.S. Army veteran, I can attest that the use of mass during these raids are a fear tactic reminiscent of what I've seen the KKK use. I urge the board to vote yes on this item 51C.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alan Jones, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Alan Jones. I'm a founder of the Prison Modernization Project, and I'm also co-director of the Rosecrans Entertainment, Rosecrans Clothing Apparel Company as well. This isn't pertaining to item 51C. It's more so just to give a shout out and a big appreciation and thank you to Supervisor Holly Mitchell for the past Juneteenth event that she thrown in Roy Campanella Park. It was a lot of events. There was a lot of people. There was a lot of support, you know, for a community that was going through things with the recent tragedy of a murder in the park. But that event right there, it definitely, you know what I mean, opened up a lot of people's eyes and just gave a good time. So I want to thank her and her staff, Sonia Lopez, just for bringing that out and, you know, and supporting our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alan Aceves, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Aceves, proud child of an immigrant, the owner of Cheese Melissa Cafe here in LA County. I'm calling in strong support of item 51C. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for championing this vital motion. As a small business owner, I'm seeing firsthand how ICE raids are devastating our community, workforce, and local economy. Even students and employees with visas or DACA are terrified to go to work or school. We have no way to assure them that they'll be safe, and that's unacceptable. I'm grateful to see our leaders take a stand and protect our communities, our businesses, and our shared future. I urge the board to vote yes on 51C. Our families, our economy, and it's our moral responsibility to demand action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tachera Udonson, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Tachera Udomsin from the Thai Community Development Center, and I am calling in support of item 31C. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. These ICE raids targeting and terrorizing hardworking residents in our communities who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and communities, and that is resulting in our community members afraid to go to work out of fear. Many workers were let go. Many that want to work now also can't find jobs due to the widespread fear in the community. And this impact will only ripple out and affect both state and our county economy. And that is why it's imperative for the county to take action to access the impact and respond accordingly. And LA County has always stood up for immigrant communities, and so I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lauren James, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Lauren James with the Bourbon Water Systems and also the Regional Chamber of San Gabriel Valley. I just want to start by thanking Supervisor Solis for always leading the way. These ICE raids and immigration sweeps have targeted hardworking residents and our communities and our community members, and our businesses are hurting. Our economy will feel the ripple effect. So I just want to say thank you to the county for always standing up for our immigrant communities, our working communities, and our local businesses. And I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Diane Orzel, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Orozco. I live in El Sereno and work in Boyle Heights. I'm calling in support of item 51C. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing such an important motion when immigration officers are kidnapping, deporting, and disappearing members of our community. Today, traffic on Whittier Boulevard, Cesar Chavez Avenue, and Broadway and Lincoln Heights is light. Sidewalks are emptied of our neighborhood's bustle, lifeblood, and cultural exchange. This is deeply concerning. Our immigrant neighbors are in hiding and unable to work. This will only exacerbate our housing crisis. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C and stand up to protect our immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Patricia Alacon, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Patricia Alarcon, Executive Director of El Monte Business Alliance, and I'm calling in strong support of item 51C. First, thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this critical motion forward. Right now, our immigrant communities, our neighbors, our workers, and small business owners are living in fear. ICE raids and immigration sweeps are targeting people who are the very backbone of our local economy. These are hardworking individuals who care for our families, support our communities, and keep our cities moving. Alongside fellow business owners, community leaders, local organizations, and neighbors, we've been actively delivering food and essential resources to families who've been directly impacted. This effort was created by community for the community because people are in real need right now. The calls for help are increasing. The negative impact is expanding. So we urge you to move this motion forward. We can't do this alone. The stories we've heard from those we're helping in the field are heartbreaking.
Thank you.
They stay with
Next
you.
speaker, please.
But they also put
Vanessa Melendres, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Melendres, and I'm calling in support of item 51C. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. The ICE raids and immigrant sweeps have targeted immigration sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and our communities. Our immigrant residents are afraid to go to work and fear that they or their family member will be impacted by the immigration enforcement or just be disappeared. The impact on our local workforce and economy will be broad and have a ripple effect on the state and the county. We know the administration will continue to target immigrant workers, and that is why it's imperative for the county to take action to assess the impact and respond accordingly. The county has always stood up for immigrant communities, and I'm glad that the county is taking a stand in support of businesses and workers. I urge the board to vote yes on item 51C.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Emily Chong, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Emily Chong. I'm an attorney with Betzedic Legal Services, a legal aid organization that serves the Los Angeles community. In particular, our Small Business Development Program works with low to moderate income small business owners and entrepreneurs with a focus on women, disabled, veteran, immigrant, limited English-speaking LGBTQ, and BIPOC business owners. We support 51C. We work with hundreds of small businesses per year, and in the last few days, we've received many requests from help from small business owners who are fearful for their workers, businesses, communities, and livelihoods. For example, several of our car wash business clients have reached out after they were targeted for immigration raids. If this motion passes, we would like to offer ourselves as a resource for the board and DEO. Examples are, we at Betzedic Legal Services can offer technical assistance, community presentations, know your rights, direct legal services, and the expertise of our coalition groups that we are proud members of, the Small Business
Thank
Alliance
you.
for
Next
Equitable
speaker,
Community.
please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
C. Ketter, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin.
C. Cotter, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to Mrs. Mitchell ignoring her own people, her own constituents. I understand that immigrants may need assistance, but what about the people who've been contacting the Board of Supervisors of last year, African Americans, when they said that the sheriff deputies were doing certain things to them? I never seen so many politicians run up to jails to check people's assistance, but when black people were saying it, no one said anything. I also emailed Mrs. Barker's office, Mrs. Chavez. I emailed the communications director regarding my matter after Ms. Mitchell ignored me. She has not responded since last year. Ms. Chavez, the communications director to the chair, again, I spoke with her. She hasn't responded to me since last year. But as soon as immigrants need assistance, as of 2 months ago, now you guys want to pass bills. What about Holly Mitchell ignoring her own constituents when black people reach out to to the chair's office, Ms. Chavez, the communications director? She has not responded to me. That's neglect. But now you guys are going to pass the bill.
Next speaker, please.
Other groups of people.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 51C is before you.
Thank you, Executive Officer. I will move the item, and it will be seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Item passes. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists and to all those that came in person and also those calling in. Thank you.
Can you record me as a yes, please? I'm sorry, I was
yes.
running up when.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Supervisor Barger is recorded as a yes for item 51C.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. You beat me to the draw. I was running up trying to get here. All right, Executive Officer, what is the next item we're going to be discussing?
The next item is item 6, Care with Pride, strengthening the safety net for LGBTQ plus residents and system-involved youth.
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. And I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath for co-authoring the motion with me today. Colleagues, as you know, June is Pride Month, when we celebrate LGBTQ plus pride in honor of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, which was seen as a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States, a movement which we cannot forget, which was led by two trans women of color, Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. This month recognizes the impacts of the LGBTQ plus residents who've had an impact on our history and the essential role they play in our cultural fabric that makes the County of Los Angeles the wonderful place that it is. Pride Month is also an opportunity for the county to reflect on and amplify existing needs among the LGBTQ plus community in ways which the county can further enhance their health and well-being. Unfortunately, Pride Month this year arrives amid renewed attacks by the Trump administration and congressional Republicans on LGBTQ plus individuals, particularly transgender and gender nonconforming individuals that echo the same forces of marginalization that sparked the Stonewall uprising over 5 decades ago. This moment calls on Los Angeles County to act with clarity and conviction in defending the rights and humanity of LGBTQ plus residents. This, of course, includes gender-affirming care, which encompasses a wide set of practices, from changes in appearance, access to medications, and extensive mental health counseling. That is why each Pride Month since 2021, I've had the honor of introducing a Care with Pride motion, first to establish the gender health program and then to strengthen and expand upon it each year. Through this program, DHS is now offering the necessary medications, providing gender-affirming care and services, and has built referral networks with other healthcare partners that are experts in the field. The program also has had a full-time dedicated staff overseeing the program, and I want to recognize and thank Dr. Catherine Gardner for her hard work over the years in making this program a reality. Over the last year, this program has also significantly expanded. Now, DHS, DCFS, DMH, DPSS, and DPH participate in a gender health coalition and care coordination working groups to enhance access to adequate care and services for our LGBTQ plus residents. However, given renewed attacks by the Trump administration on this community and gender nonconforming individuals, there continues to be a need to further enhance those services. We must also ensure that all relevant departments continue to work together to promote the well-being of our LGBTQ plus residents, and that includes children and youth engaged in the child welfare and the juvenile justice systems. National studies show that the percentage of incarcerated LGBTQ plus youth is double that of LGBTQ plus youth in the general population. And youth in correctional facilities report the highest rates of suicidal ideation, suicide attempts, and self-harm. Additionally, most juvenile justice professionals do not understand the medical needs of transgender youth. To build on prior efforts and continue to support our community, our system-involved youth and residents, this motion will do the following. It directs DHS, DCFS, DMH, DPH, DPSS, and CEO ARTI to designate leads to participate in the Gender Health Coalition and relevant care coordination task forces to ensure consistency. It directs DMH to develop a plan to further enhance and support the mental health of LGBTQ plus and gender nonconforming residents, particularly given the Trump administration's attack on their health and well-being. And it also directs CEO ARTI to develop a community resource guide for the LGBTQ plus residents and make it available on their Advancing Pride Justice website. The motion also directs probation to designate staff for the first time to participate in the county's Gender Health Coalition. And it also directs probation DCFS, DHS, DMH to work in partnership with all relevant departments and stakeholders to do the following: enhance the care coordination for LGBTQ plus system-involved youth, including TAY, connect LGBTQ plus system-involved youth, those exiting probation and or DCFS services to culturally responsive, community-based services, including housing, behavioral health, and other critical services. It also asks to strengthen coordination with relevant partners to create a holistic and affirming system of care for justice-involved youth with overlapping vulnerabilities, such as those experiencing homelessness or immigration-related challenges, and to implement staff training to serve LGBTQ plus youth in their care with cultural competency, trauma-informed care, and gender-affirming practices, and to develop a timeline and implementation plan for the collection of data on the experiences and outcomes of justice-involved LGBTQ plus youth. I want to make clear my expectation to the other departments that they see themselves as equal partners in advancing all of these initiatives alongside probation, and that the confidentiality, the dignity, and respect be preserved every step of the way, particularly as it relates to data collection efforts. This Pride Month, let's continue to show our commitment to providing inclusive and gender-affirming care. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote, and I now would like to recognize my co-author.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Happy Pride Month indeed. This is a month of immense importance to me, to my district, and to so many communities throughout Los Angeles County. This month we've had an incredible time celebrating Pride, celebrating our communities, loudly and clearly stating that we will not go back, and our joy is our resistance in 2025. That being said, I really want to thank Supervisor Solis for this motion and for asking me to once again continue this work with you and your team as a co-author. Since the first iteration of this motion was passed, the need for care with Pride has only grown. As the Trump administration continues its attacks on the LGBTQ plus community, especially our young people and our TGI community, it's important more now than ever to stand up and deliver the supportive services that our community needs and deserves. This motion builds off of essential work that LA County has done to support our LGBTQ plus community. And with this motion, we're bringing an added focus to system-involved youth, from those in foster care to those in our juvenile justice system. We must ensure that every young person is offered and receives, if necessary, the care and services they need to thrive. We're asking our departments to connect at-risk, system-involved, and transition-age youth with community-based services, housing, mental health supports, and educational and employment opportunity, just to name a few. In California and specifically in LA County, we continue to be a safe haven for LGBTQ plus people. If we want to do that, we must continue to offer these services and ensure that every vulnerable community member knows about and is offered the full weight of support that the county does have to offer. I encourage my colleagues, too, to join us in supporting this motion today. I ask all of our departments named in this motion to prioritize this critical life-saving work and to be actively engaged in making it come to life. We know that this board gives a lot of directives by motion, but if we don't have the support of our leadership in each of our departments to actually do the work, it isn't going to translate to the outcomes that we want to see in our communities. So thank you, Supervisor Solis, and I hope we see this pass.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to you and to Supervisor Horvath for this motion. Ensuring that our LGBTQ plus residents and youth across our county and in our care are receiving adequate health and mental health services is so important, especially since the federal government has been making significant cuts to funding for services to those in our LGBTQ plus community. I like that this motion will bring together multiple departments and direct them to come up with a plan on how they can better coordinate care for system-involved LGBTQ plus youth. This plan should include continuous care that doesn't get interrupted when they leave our systems, like custody or foster care. I do, however, have some concerns about the directive instructing probation to collect data on the experiences and outcomes of LGBTQ plus youth in their care and supervision. And I hope that will be addressed in the report. Specifically, I want to know what kind of data probation is expected to be collecting and how probation plans to collect that data that does not place our youth who are in our juvenile detention facilities in a potentially dangerous situation and protects their privacy. And I also like to see how probation will be working in collaboration with partners that are in their facility, like Department of Mental Health or the Department of Youth Development, to collect this information and how they will use it to inform their policies. So those are my concerns.
And Supervisor Hahn, you raised some good issues, and I know that our LGBTQ plus commission will also be engaged, and I agree with you that we have to have some oversight on how that data collection is brought to us from probation. So don't disagree with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Hahn's comments and would ask that we consider our Youth Commission as well. Historically, there's been such limited data and targeted programming for LGBTQ plus individuals, both youth and adult, in probation settings. So I think this is an important first step. I agree we need to figure out who collects the data and what they do with it. That's going to be important. But I think the motion lays an important first step and groundwork for better data collection, staff training, and culturally responsive support. That's what I hope the data collection would then ultimately lead to. So I look forward to probation support. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, in your opening statements talked about your full expectation that appropriate other county departments participate, and I second that emotion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to speak on item number 6.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please? Moderator.
Christian Port, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Christian Port, and I am the Director of Business Development and Policy for Planned Parenthood Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, and I serve as the Board Vice President for the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center. As the organizing body for the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ plus Youth Advocacy Coalition, I want to thank the supervisors for their Care with Pride motion to strengthen the safety net for LGBTQ plus residents and system-involved youth. There are virtually no programs currently that support our LGBTQ plus youth across the San Gabriel Valley, and yet we have one of the highest populations of LGBTQ plus youth in the region. So we really urge you to pass this motion to bring these much needed services to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Diego Rodriguez, CEO of ALMA. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for their leadership through this motion. With more than 2 decades offering supportive services for incarcerated and reentry youth, we have seen firsthand how LGBTQ plus teens are disproportionately impacted by system involvement. This motion is critical to ensure that our systems provide trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and identity-affirming care that recognizes the lived realities of LGBTQ plus teens. It also aligns with the communities that have long called for real safety nets rooted in dignity, equity, and accountability. I strongly urge the board to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lee Carter, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in response to, again, Mrs. Mitchell in her district, how she speaks about everyone should have fair policies and everything should be so
I'm sorry,
fair,
you're off
but she
topic.
is on the
You're
MP
off topic. Can you please speak to this item? Next speaker.
Hector Placencia, your line is open. You may begin.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 6 is before you.
That will be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, our next item.
The next item is item 22, report on the Department of Health Services non-renewal of specialty care physician contracts. Dr. Christina Galley, Director of Health Services, is present. And for our departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you are prepared to speak.
Welcome, Dr. Galley.
Hi, I'm Christina Galley, Director of DHS. Sherry, can you?
Hi, I'm Sherry Doy, the ACN Ambulatory Care Network CEO in DHS.
Hi, Nina Park, Chief Deputy Director.
Thank you. This item was held by Supervisor Mitchell. Do you want to ask me or state anything before we?
Well, yeah, let me start and then just to kind of set the stage about why I filed the motion, and then we can go for there. I filed the motion because the non-renewal of the contracts, frankly, was a surprise to me and my team. Many of the contracts were with, frankly, ethnically diverse and long-term providers who were well-regarded and trusted in the community. And so when I consider the key role they play and who they serve, communities of color and Medi-Cal beneficiaries, acknowledging the fact that I represent the district with the highest number of Medi-Cal recipients, I hope that in your presentation, or you can answer some questions in terms of, wait times for specialty care. Those are all the reasons I brought the motion forward, to really shed some light and some transparency so I can understand. I could ask some clarifying questions on who was selected and why. Particularly, many of them were long-term serving contractors. If we're going to bring some of the positions in-house, that's great. But that's why, just to kind of level set, that's why I brought the motion forward. I needed some clarification, so I look forward to hearing the presentation, and we'll reserve questions for when they're done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll run through a few slides and then more than happy to take questions. So the structure of the report is modeled after the motion, which asked for a report on these different items mentioned on the slide. So just starting with the changes in the contracts over the past couple of years, DHS has specialty and medical services contracts, which is one of the vehicles that we use to onboard medical and physician personnel, physician and non-physician personnel. You can see just the general trend in the additions and the non-renewals over the past couple of years. Typically, we have somewhere between 40 and 50 non-renewals or terminations each year. It's important to mention that when we talk about the non-renewals of the contracts, it doesn't equate to a full-time position. So often we're using these contracts because we have the need for part-time staff. It might be part-time staff to fill in certain hard-to-fill shifts, like if we have an urgent care on a Sunday evening that has hours. Sometimes we don't have county staff that, for various reasons, want to fill that particular shift. So we'll use contracted workforce. So that contract is one single contract, even if the provider in question is only working a certain, like 4 hours a week or 10 hours a week or some smaller number. So it's not a one-to-one with FTEs. Some other reasons why we might use these contracts is for temporary personnel where we don't have permanent needs, or for select subspecialties where we don't need a full-time position because there's just part-time work in that particular area. On the next slide, you can see the split for the blue and the orange between physician and what we call medical personnel. Medical personnel in this context is anyone that's not a physician or an MD. So most commonly in these contracts, it's therapy or rehab staff, so staff like speech therapists or occupational therapists or other therapists, or it could be advanced practice providers. And then you can also see this is a categorization of the contracts by who initiated the non-renewal. It's typically roughly evenly split between the non-renewal being initiated by the contractor and it being initiated by DHS. There's a variety of reasons for non-renewal, which I'll get into on the next page, but it spans the full gamut of reasons why people might choose to change positions. So here on this next slide, I'll run through very briefly just the categorization for the reasons for the non-renewal and how that equates or works into the plan for continued access. The common theme across all of these non-renewals for 2025 and the previous years is that none of it results in any changes to the patients in terms of service access. So starting at the top right, these 9% are administrative cleanups. So these are contracts in this case that existed for a couple of years, but for various reasons, the provider didn't either ever do service for the county. There might have been a contract that was executed, but the provider didn't actually end up doing service. One of the cases, there was a change in the contracting mechanism where the provider chose to work for a registry and still work for DHS, but through a different contracting vehicle. In the next pie, the 13%, either because of DHS-initiated reasons or the contractor-initiated reasons, we switched to an alternative contractor. In one of these cases, the contractor moved out of state and we needed to onboard with a different contractor. In a couple of cases, there was just a different fit. In one of these cases, the contractors that were located at one of the urgent cares at MLK, we switched to a different specialty to be able to serve the patients better. The next category, the 13%, we were able to backfill the services with an existing county provider. And we can give some examples of what this looks like if you like as well. For the next category, we onboarded a new county hire that was different than the contractor. This would be what we would classically refer to as insourcing, where we no longer are using a contractor because we hired a different county personnel to perform the service. And we do try to insource whenever possible when we do need an FTE position. The next category, the 9%, is where we don't need a backfill in order to maintain the service levels on site. We can also give some examples of that, but we had excess capacity in certain areas and we didn't need the services provided. And then the last pie chart is where the existing provider on the contract switched to county employment. For all of these services that are located, that are discussed here, none of them result in any change in services for the patients. There's no reduction in services, no elimination, and no relocation of services. So as you saw in the previous chart, over half of them resulted in the services being picked up by a county employee through one of a number of different mechanisms. In some of them, we had excess services where there were unused slots, or it might be taken over by existing county workforce in other ways, or we switched it over to another provider. We do monitor all of our access to care. We don't have specialty care backlogs, and our wait times for the specialty care has been consistent across all of our facilities for the past year.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on that? Because that is so inconsistent with press reports, with patient experience, with some hospitals in my district. You hear that there just isn't specialty care in South LA, the area with, the highest level of diabetes-related amputations like in the country, and it's because the people can't get specialty care early enough. So you argue that it won't represent a decrease in services, and there's no wait list. I would really like to be able to actually see some data, because that runs counter to lived experience and what I've heard throughout my entire career in terms of services in underrepresented communities. So if we could get some data both before the cuts and prospectively so we can actually see the impact, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, and we can talk you through some of those here today for any of the relevant specialties. But I think just taking a step back on that, when I think part of the challenge with Medicaid in California is the Medicaid managed care structure, where it's the reimbursement rate, but where it's a network structure. And when I'm talking about the services that DHS provides, we have two general populations that we serve. We have the residually uninsured, which is thankfully quite small right now because of coverage efforts within California and we're all hopeful that that stays in place. And then we have our responsibility as a provider under the Medicaid Managed Care Network. And for that purpose, we provide care for specialty as well as for other things, for outpatient services, what's considered outpatient elective services, to individuals that are assigned to DHS. So if access in a geography could vary quite widely depending on who the network is. That's part of what the health plans are really working on, is building up the consistency of access to the network across not just their different provider groups and their IPAs, but also specialty by specialty. So a particular provider group or IPA might, like, hypothetically have a problem with cardiology, but might not have a problem with dermatology or some other specialty. But all of those are network specific. DHS has made a huge investment in specialty care access over the past 10 years in both working on our timeliness of care, expanding access to surgical specialties and medical subspecialties, and ensuring that we don't have long wait times for our specialties. And I would say right now, there's a few pockets where we still struggle. Podiatry is one of the ones where we have a shortage of podiatrists across DHS. There's some reasons for that happy to get into. But we monitor every facility, every specialty, every month, and look at how long it's taking to get people in. And we consistently have across DHS in general, as well as for MOK in particular, which is I know where some of these specialty care changes are focused, our percent compliance with the timeliness of getting in is above 90% consistently every month across all of these specialties. Again, podiatry is the one outlier there. Sometimes we'll have some little movement up and down in certain specialties. Most often that's coupled with when we lose a provider. And when I say lose a provider, it could be for someone goes on leave or someone chooses to take a different employment option or whatever it is. And then we work on backfilling that. We fill in the gaps in coverage with either a contract or with other county employees in other county, or we'll move patients around the system to be able to fill that. And we're typically able to fill that along a rapid timeline.
So what would you say your wait times are across the system? Are you saying that there are no wait times? Are there wait times?
We schedule patients according to the timeline that the provider says they need to be seen in. So it really depends on what their particular condition is. So in our scheduling process, we use a process. If it's an urgent need, it gets scheduled by phone through the process of, you call up the specialist or you send them to the urgent care or the ER, whatever it is, and then they get scheduled. They'll either go the same day if they need to go the same day, or they'll get booked in depending on what they need. When it's a non-urgent specialty care need, so the primary care physician is identifying that the patient has a specialty care need, they'll get booked into different windows of time depending on what the patient's need is. So there's windows that are like 2 to 4 weeks, 1 to 2 months, and those are the timelines that we have the 90% greater compliance in across the specialties. Again, with a couple of focused exceptions, most notably podiatry.
And so do we set those wait time standards, or is it driven primarily about what the requesting doctor stipulates? He says Mitchell can wait 2 months, and so 2 months becomes our...
It's based on the physician that reviews the particular clinical need for the patient. So they perform a case review depending on what the situation is. They'll review the lab note, the lab tests, or the radiology studies, or the clinical note, or it's a tailored indication depending on what the need is.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. The motion also asked for us to talk about where we're at on filling county physician vacancies. For the purpose of this pie chart, sometimes the item controls are a little messy. I tried to clean it up. We tried to clean it up. So this includes just the full-time physician A items. There's a number of other items in the item control that go by different letters, but these are the full-time county position A items. This includes just the DHS hospitals and clinics. I left out the correctional health settings and community programs. And we also did not include items that are administratively closed for a variety of reasons. So once you take out those, we have 911 filled items. That includes the vast majority of those are budgeted. However, a small number of them, maybe 10 or so, are not budgeted. We do sometimes fill ordinance-only items for a variety of reasons. When we fill an ordinance-only item, it reduces the flexibility and the budget that we have available to fill then our remaining budgeted items. Our budgeted vacant items you can see in the green and the darker blue. So we have 74 that are vacant more than 6 months, 28 vacant less than 6 months. Those less than 6 months are ones that typically we're filling as part of normal turnover. And then we have 63 items that are ordinance only and that are vacant. We don't have budget behind those ordinance only items. And I think in general, what's fair to say, not just for DHS and not just physician items, but across the board, is that we don't have revenue to fund all of the available budgeted vacant items, in part because we do have some ordinance only that are already filled, and in part because of salary savings and how it's calculated and available revenue within the department. That said, we are prioritizing hiring in some key areas, such as primary care. Radiology is a big priority for us, and I'll speak to that in a minute. Some in psychiatry, and then there's other select subspecialties, which really varies by facility. I'm just going to run quickly through the significant changes in medical services. This was another item asked for in the motion. As you all are aware, we recently signed our new affiliation agreement with USC. This strengthens a longstanding partnership that we have with USC for our jointly sponsored training programs between LA General and USC. It significantly downsizes the number of contracted physicians that we pay for through the contract. It used to number several hundredfold, and now we're down to 99 physicians that are paid for through the contract. We've been working on a long project to improve our after-hours, nighttime, what's called Nighthawk radiology services. As your board deputies are aware, we've sometimes had some challenges with our contracted radiology services, and we're building our own in-house pooled radiology after-hours service, so thanks for the board's approval and support of that. We're working on expanded access to radiation oncology. LA General has capacity within their radiation oncology suite, so they're able now to start serving patients from other DHS locations that were previously sent out of network. I think you're all familiar with the new LA Drop program, which was recently piloted in partnership with Fire and with EMS and some of the physicians at Harbor, that allows for transfusion in the field rather than waiting for patients to get to the hospital. And we're using some of the unused block time at our ambulatory surgical center at MOK, and also looking at the same thing at High Desert, so that our surgeons from Harbor for the MOK one and from all of you for the High Desert one can use that unused block time to expand their ambulatory surgical center productivity. Finally, the motion asks for what's on the horizon and whether or not there might be changes to the DHS delivery system in the future. While these current specialty care contract non-renewals don't affect patient care, they don't represent a change in the number of services that we're providing to patients. Sadly, I don't anticipate that that will stay the same in the near future. We're facing a variety of threats to our revenue from a number of fronts. I've listed just some of them on the slide. I won't go into them in detail, but happy to answer questions on them. The Senate bill came out of committee last night and also presents new challenges to DHS's budget based on what came out of that new Senate bill. That's all in the context of increased costs from labor, from pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. We have several aging facilities that require constant investment, and then there's the cost of the state's seismic compliance regulations. With all of this together, with the revenues going down and the costs going up, DHS anticipates that we will close this fiscal year with a deficit. It would be the first time that DHS closes with a fiscal deficit in long time, since before I was at the department. And we will be developing proposed actions for consideration by your board and by other stakeholders of how we will need to align our ongoing costs with our ongoing revenues. In doing that, we want to prioritize a few things to the greatest extent possible. First is really focusing on how we prevent death and significant morbidity. Some of the services are really essential to safeguarding the health and lives of the community and of the patients we serve. We need to pay attention to the regulations in Medicaid managed care and what's required under those contracts. DHS does provide some services that are not required under Medicaid managed care, and so we need to look at what the regulatory requirements are, both what we're required to provide and then also what's possible within the broader health plan network. DHS also provides some services outside of the context of managed care that are of broad community benefit. For example, we operate trauma centers, graduate medical education programs, we run the medical hub system, and these are of broad community benefit and of value to the community. Those are ones that we would like to preserve. We really want to maintain focus on consistent and equitable access to care. We need to look both geographically, by populations, and be sure that we're treating different groups fairly and with a mind toward equity and consistency. And then finally, we of course want to maximize the use of taxpayer resources in preserving service capacity. Some cuts, quite simply, will save more money than others. And if we can save more money with certain cuts, that will allow us to preserve other services for longer. In terms of looking at the different categories of action, of course, we should look to reduce and eliminate waste. We're already doing that. We're doing that wherever possible without having an impact on patient care. Things like slowing down of hiring of non-clinical staff and management positions, administrative positions. We're looking at deferring projects, capital projects, or deferred maintenance projects, or supply chain purchases if we don't need to make them. We want to look on maximizing efficiencies. Sometimes there's just more efficient ways to provide care. We're looking at reducing sometimes low-value care options. Should we order this lab test or this lab test? What are the alternatives? Formulary management with pharmaceuticals and other things. I would say in general, generally speaking, those first two categories don't generally impact patient care. They're about efficiencies and trying to make most cost-effective use and trying to do the same amount of work somehow more efficiently and effectively with either a different constellation of resources. However, I'm not confident that we'll be able to solve the revenue and cost misalignment with just those opportunities. And so then we would need to progress to other options as well. And I think there's three general categories of things. One is consolidating high cost and low volume services. So if we're operating the same very expensive but low volume service in multiple different locations, we could think about consolidating that into a smaller number of locations and see what kind of savings that might generate. It would still be able to provide the community with access, albeit potentially with fewer geographic touch points, which I realize has an impact on the community, but it's an option. Then we would progress potentially to downsizing or eliminating either certain facilities or certain services. We don't have concrete plans for any of those in place right now. We're just doing some initial brainstorming and financial modeling of what that would look like, and we'll be seeking input as we move forward from a broad set of stakeholders, including your board deputies, the hospital commission, our staff within DHS and with labor, and our patients, our families and communities, and other stakeholders. And then based on what needs to happen will come back forward to the board, depending on the specific changes, if necessary for public hearings and board votes, if it's service reductions or eliminations, or just for input if it's short of that. And I think that's it, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your final slide in that the future service line sign, and the fact that you will include the board in some of those future issues. Future decisions. I'm also clear, we've had enough conversation about it here in the board meeting about the challenges you're facing financially. I completely understand that. It's a tough time for the entire county, particularly those like your department that are forward-facing, that really are in a position to save lives. That's what we do at the Safety Net. I would just, continue to argue that those budget cuts cannot and should not be made on the backs of people who rely on these services the most. And we know that there are communities that, for a variety of reasons, come to you later and sicker and require a different kind of investment. And in many communities that don't have the full options available to them in terms of preventive care. So I think all of those factors complicate those communities and their lives. And I want to make sure we remain mindful of those issues as you figure out ways in which you have to reduce your costs. I appreciate the slides. From what I could tell, they look like the slides kind of reflected the system-wide impact. I have a couple of the subset of your slides that look at, for example, the MLK Outpatient Center. So let me just say a couple things. I think to the extent a contract is terminated because it's being converted into a county position, that's a good thing. And I want to make sure that DHS is doing all it can to ensure that there's no interruption of care as you onboard those new employees. It's not just kind of a, even Steven kind of swap out. As you continue to say that there's no interruption in care, I hope that's the case, because while we've improved, I know it still takes a while to onboard someone to the county. So please know I'd like to continue to be updated on that. In the circumstance when a county now employee is being swapped in, if you will, I want to make sure that there's no direct impact to the service provision.
Yeah, thank you for that, and appreciate the first comment. Completely agree on the transition. We can time the non-renewal or the termination of the contract. It doesn't have to be done on June 30th. Those contracts can be terminated on any date. So we can, depending on when the new county individual is anticipated to start work, we can time the termination of the contract so that it doesn't lead to a gap in service. And in a couple of cases, at MLK in particular, we had anticipated being able to have a new county employee on board by a certain date. Sometimes things don't quite go how you anticipate. And then we did extend the contract in 3 cases so that we could have an extension for a short time period so that we didn't have any service gaps.
So I understand that some of the specialty care contract terminations were rescinded. Were those based on the example you just cited, or were some others rescinded? And if so, why?
Those are just the 3 that I just mentioned.
Okay,
it's
that's
just
all.
Short-term terminations. Sherry, are there any others that were? No others.
So only those 3 were rescinded?
Yeah, and they're just, I think officially from a legal standpoint, it's a rescission, but it's really just a short-term extension of the contract. The intent is still to non-renew and terminate the contract because we have a county individual coming on. It was just a timing issue.
Got it. Okay, that I'll have to circle back because that was not my understanding. And I think also what I heard from some of the providers, it was a process issue. To have been a long-term provider, to get a group email where the contract was being rescinded felt a little insensitive. And so I'll circle back because it was my understanding that some of them were rescinded, but it wasn't just 3. And it wasn't just for a temporary transition until you get the new person on. So we may have to circle back with you all just to see if my data coincides with yours.
Sure, and certainly I understand and agree that if that's how the communication was done, we have improvement to do there.
So one more thing on the MLK Outpatient Center. So you said that there'll be no impact on services at the facilities with the contract terminations, even if the position was completely eliminated.
Yes.
So help me understand how existing staff at the MLK Outpatient Center will provide services to the almost 21,000 visits provided in 2024 by these very contractors who are being terminated and not replaced. That seems like a huge number to incorporate into your existing infrastructure with no replacement.
I'll let Sherry answer the specifics, and I don't know if you're talking about a specific specialty, but on the numbers that we had sent your office previously, there's a number of appointment slots that the providers in question were providing, and that number is less than the total number of unused appointments in that same specialty. So even if we eliminate entirely the number of appointment slots that particular contractor was contributing, we still have excess appointment slots, specialty by specialty. But I'll let Sherry walk.
Every specialty?
Yes, on an individual basis, each specialty. The calculation is done on an individual specialty basis. Otherwise, we wouldn't have terminated the contract.
I hope not. Yeah.
Do you want to add anything?
Sure, I can just add, I think on the slide that had the pie chart, where there were sort of the 9% no county or contract backfill, only one of those actually is at MLK. Thank you. So this 9%, one of those is at MLK for internal medicine, HIV, in our positive care clinic. And as Dr. Galley was saying, again, this is one where we have excess capacity. So within that clinic in this past fiscal year, we're at about 49% of our used capacity. So there is definitely excess capacity with other providers still within that clinic to see those patients. And then the 13% for existing county providers, I would maybe just highlight this one as well. These are areas where we have county physicians at other clinics who will begin doing work at MLK to offset some of the contract non-renewals. So we have ENT, which has excess capacity at High Desert, and that one of the providers is going to come starting July 1st to also do clinical shifts in ENT at MLK. And then similarly for general surgery, also physicians at High Desert where there is excess capacity who will begin working also at MLK sometime over the summer.
And so I hope that with those transitions that we keep an eye to culturally and linguistically competent providers who will be able to transition into that area and provide care that is trusted and valued. It's hard to imagine that supply so far exceeded demand in the examples that you gave. And so are there, I don't know what they would be, productivity controls, something in place to prevent that in real time? I mean, I don't know of any doctor's office that has that many appointments available and such little demand that we wouldn't check that in real time.
It's a good point. I think we try to have the leadership go through those clinics on a regular basis and do some of the cleanup. And I think that we need to, one of the things that we've found through this is that we probably should do that systematic cleanup on a more regular and structured basis.
Okay.
Because I do think there were some opportunities that should have been identified previously.
I appreciate that.
Sometimes we have excess capacity. I would say also with some of our county employed staff. And so sometimes when we have to sometimes wait for retirements or we'll move staff around, and then some of those staff movements lead to opportunities in other areas. Sometimes the shifting puzzle is we're trying to even things out based on the demand. And sometimes the patient demand ebbs and flows over time as well.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the data. I need to dissect the pie charts a little more. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to ask the questions. I just want to make sure, and I'm sure all of my colleagues would agree, that we don't want patients' experience to be negatively impacted. I fully appreciate your need to be fiscally responsible. Again, when we're looking at areas that already have limited access to the specialty care, even podiatry you mentioned, I think the process by which many contractors were notified was questionable. If it transitions into a county employee, great. If you're going to have to move county employees from one site to another, again, I would emphasize the linguistic and cultural competence is critically important. And I want to make sure, we've had an ongoing conversation about the number of DHS impaneled patients who are seen at the MLK Community Hospital ER. And I certainly want to make sure, you mentioned ER services earlier, that already overburdened facility isn't on the receiving end inappropriately as a result of the elimination of these contracts. Again, patient access is important. And I also hope, again, as you said on your chart, that you'll continue to include the Board of Supervisors and our health deputies in your process, particularly when such a significant number of contractors. I appreciate that annually it's a process and that people voluntarily drop out and all of that. But when it's such a significant number, I would hope that we would be informed and at least a part of the process, a part of the decision-making process.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. And I just want to add, and we've talked about this, Dr. Galley, that one of the areas, if you start cutting specialties, especially for chronic, you'll see an increase in uptick in our emergency rooms. So I hope that you're following the caseloads in our emergency rooms and tracking the data to make sure that we are, especially for chronic diabetes, high blood pressure. There were three that were, I can't remember the third, but that we are tracking that to make sure the access to specialty care is available. And I did not know actually that MLK helped High Desert with the hematology and oncology care. And it was correct?
Telehealth.
Telehealth. And so that was terminated because I guess we now have the services up in
We have the
High
service up
Desert.
there.
But I did not know that, so thank you to MLK for providing service for the residents up in High Desert.
One more piece, and we can follow up in writing and in communication with our health deputies. I don't remember if in your charts you touched on, you gave us the charts about kind of the categories, but how were those who were eliminated selected in the first place? Did you touch on that? Was it?
It's all case specific because in half of the cases, the contractor initiated the termination. So then it's their choice. It was their choice, either because they chose to accept a county position or they're moving or whatever it is they're doing.
Okay. And that's system-wide, so that could vary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
System-wide.
Okay.
And then there's roughly half that were DHS initiated, but it's really facility specific, or not facility specific, contract specific. So and the reasons for the contract change. So in one example that I know we've had a chance to discuss, two of the contractors in the MLK urgent care were emergency medicine physicians, but we're shifting away from emergency medicine physicians as a subspecialty in the urgent care because we believe that internal medicine and family practice is a specialty that's more appropriate and will actually lead to fewer transfers to the ER and MLK-CH. And so those physicians were selected on the basis of specialties. So there's kind of specific reasons, and happy to go through one by one with your team if they have any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Zach Genduso, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Zach Genduso, a government benefits lawyer with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. We serve communities throughout LA County, including South LA and the communities served by MLK Health Facilities. We're concerned about the termination of specialty care contracts because our clients do report that the wait for specialty care appointments is long. And I think we have insufficient data even with this report, such as specific wait times and location-specific data, which is needed to establish that waits are not currently excessive and won't be increased by the move, especially given that some of these contracts will not be filled and that there are significant in-house physician vacancies. We understand that 46 specialty care contracts are at issue. Supervisor Mitchell's office has questioned the impact terminations will have on the South LA community and the MLK Outpatient Center. We're concerned about terminations throughout the other parts of the county as well. We need data on contract terminations, including the types of specialty care being affected, the number of patients currently being served by these providers, and which communities will be impacted by these contract terminations.
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 22 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell. I will second. Oh, it's a receive and file.
Correct.
It's a receive. I thought you said it's before us. It's a receive and file. So with that, hearing no objection, we will receive and file that report.
And Madam Chair, it is my understanding that there are no specials, so we can move on to general public comment.
All right. Will you call those members of the public who wish to testify under general public comment?
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on the meeting agenda. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now. Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Alan Shea, Daphne Bradford, Lawrence Levin, Lupe Duncan, and Michelle Hope Walker. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board. One moment, please. Bianca Stepani.
Please begin.
We'll go to the line of Roy Humphreys. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for all the good things you're doing. You continue to refuse to establish a countywide system of transient campsites, and all communities suffer the consequences. County Trails fails to maintain its obsolete and excess properties, as is Stoner Creek over here in Roland Heights, where the transients are now habitating the underpass, so forth there at Shabaran Park and over by the McDonald's. You can see it on my YouTube channel. This body is labeled, has been labeled fascist and Marxist by a young man several years ago. I said, what the heck is this? But by the same token, you apply the definitions and the actions of your body and the Democrat faction, it fits quite well. All of the evidence of BLM must be immediately removed and take down George Floyd. It's such a blasphemous, and give credit for those who were killed in the riots.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bianca Stepani, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Deputy Supervisor. I'm here to address critical issues within the LASD and our justice system. I've witnessed LASD deputies misusing their authority, attacking peaceful protesters without warning. As a formerly incarcerated veteran, I'm aware of LASD's mismanagement, neglecting inmate mental health, medical care, and general inmate care, while misdirecting funds to weaponry. When I brought this up to the Los Angeles County Health Department, I was met with gaslighting and a lack of accountability. I'm concerned about county prosecutors over prosecuting individuals without representation, holding them accountable for fair justice. DCFS has unjustly separated families, including mine, despite complying to the falsified reports while failing to protect children like Gabriel Fernandez. When I report child abuse, DCFS hotline representatives really dismiss valid claims. DCFS must be accountable for protecting children. I advocate for a reformative justice system, less relying on incarceration and more investment in youth centers with sports, music, and mental health care.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll now go back to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, my name is Larry Lavin. When the budget was on the table, I didn't get a chance to ask for a 20-year review into psychiatry, a 20-year review that would begin by asking the psychiatrist who gives me medicine, you know, I want to know if we're getting our money's worth. A 20-year review when you ask the psychiatrist, what is it exactly what you do? And what is it exactly that how does the psychiatrist work? And what exactly is it that the psychiatrist does? Also, I have a need to speak to the county council. As they say, if you see something, say something. At all of you medical center yesterday morning, somebody took a fire extinguisher out on the bus and pointed out the door and pulled it. Guy got hit in the face. And Care Court has, they talk about county council. County council's here. My attorney's affiliated with Care Court, but I don't have the phone number. I wanted county.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Michelle Hope Walker, Justice for Black Women, Stopping Racism Against Black Women. First of all, I just want to honor our Holly J. Mitchell, Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell. It was a great Juneteenth, great Juneteenth event. So much needed in celebrating the Juneteenth. You know, as I listen to and I pray for everyone with the ICE rate, but I think about so many commonalities that Black people constantly are going through, being snatched from their homes. You know, if our kids coming home or if security or police have stopped them just as doing normal things in life. So wow, to see other people experiencing things that Black people have experienced for years. So that is good, all the resources you all are putting to that area and continuing to put the resources to the Black community as well. And thank you again, our Holly J. Mitchell, on just ensuring that you're watching over our community and got your eyes on things in the strategic manner that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Daphne Bradford. My nonprofit Mother of Many and my other company, the Space Food Cafe. I'm here. I've been trying to get here for, I guess, 3 weeks and finally made it in. Janine is going to pass out some of the product. Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn, for supporting the program. Supervisor Mitchell, hopefully we can collaborate too and connect the two science centers and the communities together. It's been rough because the loss of education and organizations, and during COVID, I'm able to kind of come back and provide a program, but I attended the youth development meeting, and most of our youth are asking for programs like mine. I did speak to someone that Supervisor Hahn, that your office connected me with, and they would like to see this spread throughout the entire county, especially in your district, because it's a great intervention program to teach kids about space food. We're in a new space race, and it's a great opportunity.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Shea, and I am complying with the directive that was given to me by Chairman Catherine Barger, and that is to bring forth a comprehensive plan for Altadena. It was submitted to you last week. I hope you had a chance to review it. If not, I have copies here for you for each of the supervisors here. I'm coming before you with the hope that we can have this agendized next week. This is imperative that we take action on it because homeowners have given up.
Can you please turn his count? Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Hopefully I'll get my time back.
Keep talking.
Homeowners are giving up because they're realizing that they can't qualify for loans as well as what the insurance is paid off. I was told by the chair that if I bring a comprehensive, constructive plan, that she's going to agendize it. Well, I've done that. A $1 billion plan over 10 years for Altadena.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Lupe Duncan. I come before you. I'm a union carpenter. I've been in the union since 2006. I was at a Juneteenth event in Altadena, and we have a lot of people that are just they're at all of these little town meetings and whatever, and they're coming from out of state, different parts of the country, and I want to make sure that women, minorities get some of these jobs because they're good paying jobs, and we need to put people back to work. And also, that's the town I've been born and raised in for 105 years, and it's just a devastation of the town that I was born and raised in. And I hope that the county puts into some time and effort to get people back to work and get the house.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mary. This is a very illegal, situation that I'm in, and I am in this shelter, and everybody there, they know that there is a hacker present in the network, and they are using me as the product to be sold, so they benefit, they get money, because the hacker wants me to be harassed. And so all the participants in the shelter are being used to harass me, stalk me, assault me, and I don't know what they're going to do next. So I need help, and I would like an answer from you how to resolve this situation. It is very urgent, and they follow me on the buses, on the street, and in any building, and probably they're listening to me right now.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have no additional speakers.
Excuse me, can you have somebody, Mary, we're going to have somebody talk to you, okay? Okay, over here on the side, and get her information, see if we can't help her with shelter. All right.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our time for general public comment.
We will now move on to adjournments, beginning with District 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Raymond Ray Jose Madrigal, who was 76 when he passed away. He was surrounded with family at the time of his passing and throughout his whole life. He grew up in Wilmington, graduating from Phineas Banning High School in 1966 as a proud pilot. He attended Los Angeles Harbor College and received his bachelor's degree from California State University, Dominguez Hill in sociology. In his professional career, Ray became heavily involved with the Harbor Community Development Corporation and became the executive director. He was dedicated to the harbor area and assisted with a local teen center, provided handyman assistance for senior citizens, and volunteered for the Pony Baseball program. He and his team received many awards and recognition for their longtime community service as an upstanding leader for the people. Ray is survived by his beautiful wife, Marina Madrigal, daughters Melissa Madrigal Lopez and Marcela Madrigal, and the apple of his eye, his granddaughter, Melena Lopez. He will be missed by all. I would consider him one of my friends. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Wendy Marie Nee Madison Trujillo Costrencich, who was only 56 years old when she passed away. She was the daughter of Lois and Christopher Madison. She was born and raised in Pasadena and went on to earn her Bachelor of Arts degree in art at California State University in Long Beach. Wendy had great culinary talent and was a gifted chef. At one time, Wendy was working in catering with the acclaimed Kitchens for Exploring Foods in Pasadena. In 1999, she became a chef and event planner for the Los Angeles Yacht Club in San Pedro, where she met her first husband and father of her only child, Tom Trujillo. In 2014, Wendy married her late husband, John Costrencich, and resided in Rancho Palos Verdes. John preceded Wendy in death and passed away just last December. With her altruistic and generous nature, she contributed to many worthy organizations and previously served on the board of directors of Harbor Interfaith Services and was active for many years in the San Pedro Peninsula Cancer Guild. Wendy also served on the board of the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., along with her late father. Wendy is survived by her beautiful son, Christopher, and her mother, Lois. She will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Supervisor. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Ramon Berrigan, resident of Bradbury, who passed away surrounded by family on April 13, 2025, at the age of 94. Born on September 18, 1930, in Tecula, Mexico, Ramon immigrated at the age of 16 to the United States to work for a family's friend restaurant in downtown Los Angeles. In 1961, he opened his own restaurant, Berrigan's, which grew from a former coffee shop that could only seat 24 to a sprawling establishment that could hold upwards of 300. Berrigan's was, with locations in Echo Park, Glendale, and Burbank, introduced Angelinos to traditional Mexican dishes in a sit-down environment beyond the East Side. Ramon was known to work double shifts at his restaurant, which was only open 6 days a week from 7 in the morning to 10 at night, demonstrating a devotion to his restaurant and to his customers. Ramon was dedicated to his family and employees, whom he mentored and encouraged to be the best versions of themselves. The last remaining Berrigan's is in Burbank, where it is run by Ramon's son, Armando, who continues to serve some of the same customers who ate at the first Berrigan's almost 40 years ago. Ramon is remembered and deeply missed for his diligence, his wisdom, and his warmth. He's survived by his wife, Josie, his children, Frank, Tony, Armando, Carmen, Grace Douglas, and Rita Hiller, 17 grandchildren, and multiple great-grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn in memory of Allison Gatlin, of the Antelope Valley Press reporter for over 20 years, who passed away last month at 54. Ms. Gatlin's life and career were anchored in the Antelope Valley. She graduated from Quartz Hill High School in 1988. While she initially planned to major in business at Cal State San Luis Obispo, a journalism course she took sparked a new calling. After graduating, Allison brought her reporting skills and passion to the Antelope Valley, where she worked as a reporter for the Antelope Valley Press during the 1990s. Allison reported on many topics. She was a versatile reporter, but her true passion was aerospace. She thrived when covering major aviation events and profiled industry legends. Allison was very respected in the aerospace community. Her passing is a great loss to the Antelope Valley and to the entire community. She was truly beloved by her colleagues. Fellow reporters and editors recount she always was able to bring both integrity and heart to every story she covered. I want to emphasize that Allison did not let adversity deter her from living a full, high-performing life in a demanding career. She met every challenge with steady optimism. Allison had a strong sense of humor, even in circumstances that would have overwhelmed many. Her strength and spirit will live on. Allison is survived by her mother, Marty, her brother, Russell, her niece and nephew, and a loving extended family of aunts, uncles, and cousins. Also that we adjourn in memory of Phyllis Jean Huss, a longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away at the age of 96. She was born in Youngstown, Ohio in 1928. She attended Wittenberg University in Springfield, Ohio, where she had an undergrad and earned her bachelor's degree in business administration. Phyllis then worked at the University of Michigan as an employment representative for 17 years before moving to Claremont, where she lived for over 40. Shortly after arriving in Claremont, she took a job as the employment manager for the Claremont colleges. During her time, she received numerous accolades, and in 1994, she was honored for outstanding performance by the Claremont University Center. She was even recognized by the National Council of Negro Women for education empowerment upon her retirement. Throughout her time in Claremont, she enjoyed sewing, traveling, and reading on her sun porch. Known as a gracious host, a passionate advocate of animals, and a loving wife and stepmother, Phyllis is survived by her brother Ralph, her niece Jennifer Odom, and her family. Also that we adjourn in memory of Arthur Leroy Hudson III, lovingly known to many as Dr. Skip, who passed away surrounded by family and friends on March 3rd, 2025 at the age of 84. Skip was born in August 28th of 1940 in Glendale, California, to Arthur Leroy Jr. and Marge Hudson. Following his father's lead, Skip received his dental degree with honors from the University of Southern California and then attended the postdoctoral orthodontic program at USC, where he earned his Master of Science degree in orthodontics. Skip continued the practice that his father built and created true community in the field, practicing for 50 years. Beyond just the beautiful smiles he created, Skip was a source of joy for both patients and for his colleagues. He also worked with organization Glendale Healthy Kids, which provides orthodontia to low-income families in the city of Glendale, and was a member of the American Dental Association, the American Association of Orthodontics, and was a diplomat of the American Board of Orthodontics. Skip was remembered and will be remembered and deeply missed for his compassion, humor, humility, and warmth. Skip is survived by his wife, Deborah Holliday Hudson, his children, Catherine Bohr, Michael Hudson, Heather Hudson, Krumer, Hillary Hudson David, Paige Swanson, Haley Hudson and Cassidy Hudson, 8 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. With that, we will move on to Supervisor Solis has no adjournments. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, when we adjourn today, I move that we adjourn in the memory of a true titan of South Los Angeles, and that's Reverend Dr. Joseph Benjamin Hardwick. Dr. Hardwick was born on November 24th, 1923 in Oklahoma and passed away June 13th here in LA at the age of 93. For 69 years, he faithfully served as senior pastor of Praises of Zion Missionary Baptist Church, a spiritual home that continues to impact countless lives today. Dr. Hardwick first felt the call to ministry during his senior year of high school, a divine prompting that would shape the rest of his life. He pursued his education with deep purpose, earning a bachelor's degree from Cal State University Dominguez Hills, a master's in secondary education from the University of San Francisco, and dual doctoral degrees from Reed College of Religion and Bible Believers College and Seminary. Following the 1965 Watts Rebellion, Dr. Hardwick searched for a way to help uplift his fellow South LA Angelenos and communities across the board. In an effort to reconstruct and stimulate these shattered communities, in 1971, he founded Personal Involvement Center, a nonprofit organization that now employs over 100 people. The center provides vital services and programs, including a family preservation network, wraparound services, mental health and substance use disorder support, domestic violence support, and child abuse and prevention intervention, all designed to educate and empower individuals and families. Dr. Hardwick served many years in the district, state, and National Baptist Convention. He served as president of the Western Baptist State Convention for more than 30 years. As president, Dr. Hardwick led with compassion, vision, and deep spiritual conviction. Among his many initiatives were the implementation of the Chaplain Prison Ministry, organization of food, school supply, and toy drives for families in need, the founding of the J.B. Hardwick Scholarship Program, and the creation of the Memorial Fund to assist grieving families during a time of loss. Dr. Hardwick was also a compassionate social justice activist and community leader. In 2017, he achieved a landmark legal victory against Transamerica Life Insurance Company, which had improperly raised premiums by 50% on 2,400 predominantly African-American policyholders. His courage and advocacy in this case reflected his lifelong dedication to justice and equity for all. Dr. Hardwick also helped organize the Martin Luther King Jr. Parade, served on the board of directors of Department of Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital, and was a lifetime member of the NAACP. Additionally, he served as chairman of the Metropolitan Interfaith Coalition of Southern California, where he furthered unity and services across faith communities. His unwavering desire to promote, nourish, and uplift others led to numerous honors and recognition, including the Humanitarian Award from the City of LA, the Keys to the City, and induction into the Martin Luther King Jr. Hall of Preachers. In lasting tribute to his legacy, the City of Los Angeles named the intersection of 83rd Street and San Pedro Hardwick Circle. Dr. Hardwick was also recognized in Oxford's Who's Who and named Pastor of the Year on several occasions. Over his lifetime, he received more than 100 awards and commendations for his extraordinary leadership, compassion, and lifelong service to his beloved South LA and the greater Los Angeles area. Dr. Hardwick is survived by his loving wife of over 60 years, First Lady Thelma Hardwick, their 2 sons, Troy and Derek, 4 beloved grandchildren. He will be fondly remembered as a devoted husband, father, grandfather, a distinguished faith leader and mentor, and a true advocate and champion for many of us who serve in elected office. His unwavering and tireless commitment to uplifting his community left an indelible mark on countless lives. Dr. Hardwick's legacy of faith, service, and love will continue to live on through those he inspired, the institutions he built, and the many hearts he touched. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Elise Sine Spilker, who passed away peacefully on May 22nd, just days after celebrating her 77th birthday, and after nearly 7 years of courageously living with ovarian cancer. Her passing, like her life, was full of grace, charm, and deep meaning. Born and raised in Los Angeles to Barbara Mott and Joseph Sine, Elise built a beautiful life in the city she called home. She formed lifelong friendships, raised a family, and became a source of comfort and joy to all who knew her. She experienced deep loss early in life with the passing of her first husband, Andrew, and later found lasting love with her husband, William F. Sater, with whom she shared nearly half of her life. Elise's kindness, warmth, and radiant spirit touched generations. She was a devoted mother to Audrey and Joanna, a loving sister to Nancy, and sister-in-law to Howard Sunken. And to many, she was simply Auntie Lisey, a constant source of love, laughter, and unwavering support. Her memory lives on in the many people she loved and who loved her deeply. Elise accepted her passing with the same grace she brought to everything in life, leaving behind a legacy of compassion, strength, and community. As we adjourn today, we honor Elise Sine Spilker's extraordinary life and hold her family in our hearts. May her memory be a blessing. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Brian Douglas Wilson, co-founder of the Beach Boys and musical genius behind some of the most iconic sounds of our time, who passed away on June 11th, 2025 at the age of 82. He was a resident of Beverly Hills. Born and raised in Inglewood, California, Brian helped shape a distinct California sound, one that defined a generation and echoed around the world. From Good Vibrations to God Only Knows, his songwriting was innovative, emotionally complex, and deeply influential. Behind the music was a man who faced profound personal challenges, navigating mental health and trauma while continuing to create and inspire. His vulnerability and resilience made his artistry even more powerful. Brian's work helped put Southern California on the musical map, capturing the spirit of a place and a feeling that lives on in every harmony and every Surfside refrain. He is survived by his daughters, Carney and Wendy Wilson, both musicians in their own right, as well as Delaney Ray, Dylan, Dakota Rose, Daria Rose, and many other loved ones. Brian Wilson leaves behind a timeless legacy of creativity. As we adjourn today in his memory, we honor an artist whose music moved the world and who reminded us all to listen, dream, and feel deeply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I join you on that one? Thank you. With that, we'll take all those adjournments without objection. So ordered. That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be budget deliberation meeting to be held on Monday, June 23rd at 9:30. The next public hearing meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.